Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the chess.com India's broadcast of the 2022 FIDE candidates. We are at round 10, and I'm with Grandmaster Abhijit Gupta. Abhijit, what's up?
It's going great. Round 10, as we say, the business end of the tournament is just starting. And from here on, we just have to see whether Nepo can extend his lead or maybe, Fabiano can, make a comeback in this event. So without further ado, I guess let's straight right into the standings.
And there we have it. The standings, this is what we are talking about. Jan Nepo-Machine leading there with a 1 point lead, 6.5 points. Fabiano Caruana right there behind with 5.5, but they just played against each other in their important round 9 encounter. And chat, what do you think? Is Nepo just going to run away with this? Or do you think someone can stop him? That's also the title of our stream today. Can the Nepo-Machine be stopped? And Abhijit, if you're in this situation, if you have a 1 point lead, imagine you're Nepo, what would your strategy be? Would you just continue playing along or would you make any changes in your strategy?
I think I would just play normal. I don't think I mean, you would want to change something which is working so great for you. Also, I see maybe we can see the pairing so that I can explain it better because he's playing Taimur today, who did not have such a brilliant tournament, but yesterday he managed to win a not yesterday, the previous game he managed to win a very nice game against Hikaru. So yeah, I feel he would just play on and see what it leads to the beginning. And if he doesn't get anything, he'll just try to play very solidly. In any case,
That's quite practical, and there have been quite a few such situations. I think the one I remember most vividly is the San Luis, the World Championship in 2005, when Vasilin Topalov was leading at 6.5 out of 7 at halfway. Vishy Anand was pursuing him closely, but post the first half, Topalov just sat down and made draws ruthlessly. He made draws in the next 7 games after starting with 6.5 out of 7. And that made it very difficult for people to catch up with him because at some point, the only way he could make things bad for himself was if he somehow messed up something and lost a game. And he made sure that he did not do that. And I think it's a similar situation for Nepo. The only way he can spoil things for himself is if he loses a game or two, and he will try to see to it that it doesn't happen. Let's have a look at the head-to-head of the players, their statistics, and there we have it. Jan Nepomniachtchi has a negative score against Rajappa.
Yeah, but I guess just one loss doesn't really count so much. I mean, if you see Duda versus Caruana, that is big. That is a big plus for Caruana. But as we saw even in the previous matchup where Fabi was white against Duda, it didn't really play any role. And I think Duda was with black pieces only. He was pushing for a win in that game. So yeah, I mean, this head-to-head is a nice thing, but I guess candidates is just a different beast. Like you just have whatever results you had before, and here anything may happen.
Yes, it's a bit like the Royal Rumble. Anyone can knock out anyone at any point, or even like a bit like a game of snakes and ladders. Yeah, you can hit a snake at any point. You feel like you're at the top, and you have to tread very carefully. And there was this game between Hikaru and Rajabu the previous round, and as far as I know, Rajabu has never beaten Hikaru before. So you can have whatever statistics you want, you can have whatever trends you want, but finally it comes down to that one game. Who plays better in those 7 hours between each other, or 4 hours, or 5 hours, or whatever? And each of these players are capable of beating any of these players or anyone in the world, for that instance.
Yeah. Also, do you think because there are only 5 rounds left now, so do you think Fabi will start to create some sort of mess even with black pieces because he needs to win few games to catch Nepo.
Abhijit, I think Fabi has been ambitious with black right from the beginning. He's been, I think, trying to create chances from both colors right from the beginning. Um, whenever I can't exactly recall one particular game, but for instance, I think his second round against Jan Nepo-Machine, he played this really interesting idea in the Italian, which
Yeah.
was anything but a solid idea. So I think right from the beginning, he's been going at it in a very measured way. He has had these new ideas with black. He has put his opponent under discomfort with the black pieces, and but against Ding, he tried this exact thing and it backfired quite badly for him the last time they played in the candidates with
Yeah.
with the white pieces. So
Right.
that will be an interesting take. I think it really depends on the concrete idea that he gets from his team of seconds and how much risk is attached to that idea. I think it depends a lot on that. And Ding is also fresh from his first win in the candidates. He won yesterday against Jan Christoph Duda in a day filled with decisive results.
Mhm.
And let's also have a look at some of the games from yesterday, from the previous round, to
Yeah.
remind the viewers what happened there. So, which one do you want to take
Let's
first?
start with Fabiano game, Fabiano versus Jan, because that was the most crucial game of the whole event, and also as Vidit correctly pointed out, yeah, the moment of the whole event, when he took bishop into f5. Probably let's just scroll through quickly to the game, and yeah, roundabout here, yeah, like I think this is the probably the most crucial phase of the whole thing. So after king f7, we discussed briefly bishop f1, even with Vishy and with it. And we somehow did not find a concrete way for black to continue. He was worse in many of the lines. But Fabi went for bishop f5, which is not really Fabi. Yeah? He never really, sort of how to put it in words, but he never tries to simplify things. He generally just go for it, and he tries to keep the
Keep things
tension.
complex.
Mhm. Keep the tension as much as he can. But here he went for the simplified solution, which is hard to. I mean, it's hard to criticize also because bishop f1 is once you see it, it feels like very natural to play it, but maybe it was not that natural, while playing the game.
True, Abhijit. And these things are so hard to. It's so hard to imagine the kind of pressure that they are under. Yeah, all kinds of pressure. There's just so much difference between number one and number two, and it's not just the financial difference, but even to explain it in the most simplest way possible with numbers. If you finish second in the candidates, you win something like $50,000, something around that mark. And if you win first in the candidates, then you qualify directly to the world championship match. And even if you lose that, you get something like $1 million. So that's the disparity between number one and number two in this tournament. There's just so much riding, so much pressure. And in Fabiano's case, he had to win on demand. He had this one game to strike with the white pieces. And if he didn't do it in this game, then he has three more blacks in the next 5 games. Nepo has three whites in the next 5 games. And I think that was insane amount of pressure.
For sure, for sure. And also, to give credit to Fabiano, he did get a good position from the start. And yeah, somehow he missed this chance. And after that, it was a little bit like too little, too less. So, so let us actually go to the other game because I think this was the crucial point of the game. And after missing bishop f1, I don't think he had any other chances after the game. So let us actually see Hikaru's game because that game Temur played quite exceptionally well. Like he never really made a mistake, and like right from bishop a7, like once Hikaru went for bishop a7 idea, yeah, I mean he had everything in control. I think Temur here from here on.
Absolutely. A strange move, do you think, Abhijit? Do you think this was the point where the fortunes really shifted for Hikaru?
I think he was ambitious. That's why maybe he went for bishop a7 because he must have seen that with after, let's say, bishop d5, what happened in the game. So bishop g4, and maybe so after bishop c6, bishop f3, and
Yeah.
so maybe he was under the impression maybe that this will give him some counterplay with g takes f3 and knight a5, queen e6. But unfortunately for him, like, Timur was rock solid after that, didn't give him any counter chances, and managed to take home the point, like, in a very nice game, I must say.
Yes, Hikaru mentioned after the game that he had the wrong attitude for the game. He was trying to catch up with Fabiano, where in fact he must have, just continued his normal way, a shift in attitude, and he also missed this move, Queen E2. I'm not sure if he missed this move, but he underestimated this move, Queen E2, which was a really strong move from Timur, and changed. I think it really gave White a big advantage at this point. And from here on, I don't think Timur ever looked back. And it was an excellent conversion. And it's also understandable from Hikaru's point of view because the first 8 rounds, Timur's play had been a bit uninspiring. He was not at his best. He hadn't won in a really long time. He was getting worse with either colors, actually, and was defending quite skillfully in a lot of games, but he was on the defensive. So I think it's understandable that Hikaru chose this game to try and go for it. But it also shows you the danger of even overextending yourself slightly in a field like this. You give them the slightest of chances, they take it. And Hikaru, his previous tournament, his previous classical over the board tournament was a Grand Prix, where he was playing several world class grandmasters. But I think even that was a step below this one. You saw Hikaru fighting back from several lost positions against Gregorio Puarin, against one more opponent in the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But here, when
I
he
think
gives his
Esipenko it was, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. He fought back from several of these situations, but in candidates it's different. Yeah, you give them a chance, they take it, they make you pay for it.
Yeah, that's why, I mean, it's called the candidates. Yeah, there are only 8 in the world right now, so they are super strong, they're super tough, and not very easy to crack. And coming to that same thing, what you're talking about, so I see Duda versus Caruana pairing. So do you think Caruana will play like somewhat what Hikaru did yesterday? Taking all the chances, and it can also backfire to him. Also, if you're in Duda's situation, your tournament is more or less over, because if you're not first, you're last. Like, this is the only tournament where either you're first, everything else from second to eighth is the same thing, more or less. So, or I mean, do you think he will go all out, just for play for a win, or try to have fun, or do you think he'll be very pragmatic and he will just say, okay, my tournament is over, maybe let me get some draws and get out of this event without any further harm?
No, I can't imagine Duda trying to just make draws and end the tournament. And I think the rest day must have done him some good to get a break in the flow of momentum. Having a bit of break, it's really useful when you're having a downward momentum going, whether it's a speeches match or an over the board classical tournament. I think having that time in between makes all the difference in stopping that tilt. And I think Duda's strategy will be to, just get an opening, get a position where he can play around, and then try and see if he gets any chances. Not too ambitious, but also if he gets a chance, I think he'll try to take it. And knowing the kind of pressure Fabiano will be under to score points, I think he will also be aware of that factor.
Yeah, for sure. And also, do you want to play another game like after you have lost, or do you want to rest? Because for me personally, I would immediately want to play. If there is a game on the same day, I would rather play it and get it over with, so that I'm not thinking about how badly I played or the mistakes I have done, rather than have a rest day. What is your preference in general?
So when I lose one game, I want to play the next game and immediately try to strike back. But if I have had a series of losses or a series of bad games, then I prefer to get some rest, because that can turn into a spiral. So I think from my experience, what happens is first defeat is, I think, not that difficult to take. Uh, Two defeats in a row, that kind of hits you harder, I think. And three defeats in a row, that sets you off on the tilt. I think this is generally how I've observed things to be. And Duda did lose 3 games in a row with the black pieces. He did lose 3 games in a row, but his last 3 black games he lost. He lost them, and 2 of them from pretty decent positions out of the opening. So in this situation, I think the rest does him better than immediately trying to hit back.
Right, right. And talking about Duda, Alireza played a very nice game against Duda yesterday. Uh, no, it was Alireza played against not Duda. Yeah, Alireza played against Rapo. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So Ding played a very nice game against Duda. Maybe we can have a quickly if we can show the crucial point. And yeah, it was not easy to convert this end game actually because we struggled a lot in the beginning how to just win this position. Yeah. So maybe roundabout at the first time control where he allowed this c7, I think. Yeah. So I think this is already a crucial mistake. Bishop e4. I mean, we saw the only way for black to probably go bishop h5 and g5 here and try to support this f7. But probably it was already difficult, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, but after once he gave this f7 pawn, the king became really weak and the a pawn started to run away. And yeah, I think from that point onward, it was no looking back for Ding and managed to score his first victory in this candidate.
Absolutely. From that point, there was no looking back, indeed, and that brings us to today's games. But before we head into the action, guys, do check out the chess.com t-shirts. You can get it at redwolf.in, and I'm wearing the Title Tuesday t-shirt right now. Yes, exactly. Not visible on camera, but this is where you can get your t-shirts as well if you want to get them. Redwolf.in, and let's have a look at if the players have arrived in the hall and how the tournament hall looks like. Meanwhile, chat, there is also a poll out there on the channel, on the YouTube channel. Can the Nepo-Machine be stopped? You can vote with yes or no. Do let your predictions be known, and you can also vote for the players, the games on chess.com/events, the players of your choice.
So we see Richie not wearing his trademark, was it pink or orange suit that day?
I think it was orange.
Yeah.
But that's the only thing, that's the only attire in his one games. So if I were him, I would have just continued wearing it. But apparently he's not doing that.
So he's not as superstitious as you.
Yep.
Okay. So we see a handshake between Ding and
Richard.
Yes. And I guess that is Jan, yeah? Yeah. And he has been wearing the same thing. What do you think? Is he superstitious?
Oh, yeah, he could be. He could very well be.
Yeah, he's wearing the same blue suit, yeah, and white shirt. Or maybe a few of them. Who knows?
Probably has a few of them. I really hope he has a few of them for everyone's good.
Right. Also, do you want to quickly vote to see?
Sure. You don't want to wait to see the opening, yeah?
No, I don't. I don't think it will matter so much anyway.
Sure, let's go for it. I have the screen ready. So starting from Richard Rapport with the white pieces against.
I would go for black actually here. And guys, you can also vote, and the voting ends after move 10. So
that's he's some sort of a favorite, decision.
if you see even the voting pattern,
Yeah.
like at least favorite than Richard winning.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
And what about the
And
other games?
Duda versus Caruana.
Yeah, I really want Fabi to win. I don't know what will happen, but that is my preference because it will be. But on the other hand, I don't know like how much Duda can take. He lost 2 games back to back, and yeah, he'll be heartbroken. Yeah, completely.
Yeah, for sure. It would be, and he's the World Cup champion. He defeated Magnus Carlsen in a mini match to get here, and someone like him is in the last place. I think that really shows you how strong this tournament is. So Fabiano,
You can vote maybe on this one.
I will. I'll go with Fabiano.
Okay.
Wow, he's actually a massive favorite,
I
even
mean,
more than a draw.
Yeah, exactly.
This one's easy. Jan Nepo against Temur Raja.
You think it will be a draw, yeah?
Yep.
That's what you're saying, easy. Yeah, I also feel like Temur will not really push anything, and Jan will be pretty content. Like he'll play solid. I mean, but he will play on. If he gets a chance, he'll try to use that chance, but otherwise he will go for solid approach.
Right. So draw.
Yeah, draw.
Jan is a massive favorite here, almost
Yeah,
as much as a draw. Which
yeah.
brings one of the most blockbuster pairings between Hikaru Nakamura against Alireza Firouzja. And what are your thoughts, Abhijit?
I think it'll be fighting game. It'll definitely be fighting game, and both of them, have logged their horns in the online events a lot. So it'll be a nice game to watch, just as a spectator point of view as well. I don't know, maybe Hikaru or Firuja. I mean, I cannot call it. I cannot call this one.
I think I'll go with Hikaru just for funs.
Okay.
Hikaru once again a massive favorite there. People think like us. We think like people.
We think like people, yeah.
But Abhijit, this Hikaru Alireza, they have this rivalry going on for quite a while in online chess. It started right from these blitz games, the 3+0 they play on chess.com, but right from 2018. And Alireza, obviously the younger kid, he used to lose so much against Hikaru, like 9-1, 8-2, 10-0. He used to lose so much, and I think that helped him a lot to get better at chess in general. And slowly he started giving it back to Hikaru. Slowly that 9-1 would become like 6-4, 7-3. And at some point, Alireza started winning these matches from time to time and started matching Hikaru's speed, matching Hikaru's strength. And at some point, these two guys were the absolute best in the world in the speed chess format in 3+0 without increment.
Yeah.
So,
and he also started flagging Hikaru, at some point. And even Hikaru was saying that, that the guy, this boy is faster than me just by making pure moves, with the mouse and on the chessboard. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting game. Is that Kostyanyuk or not?
yes, it is. It looks like Kostyanyuk, the chess queen.
The chess queen and also one of the former women world champions.
Talking about that, Abhijit, the women's candidates has also been announced today. But we have 8 players in which Koneru Hampi is among them. So we have another candidate from India who could become the world champion next year, and we have the 4 handshakes.
Mm-hmm. So I see E4, right?
Is it e4 on all four boards?
E4, E5.
No. There's one d4 by Nepo-Machine. 3 e4s, 1 d4.
Yeah. Oh, that is a bit of a surprise, yeah. What Jan did.
I'm not so sure. Maybe it's just easier to be solid in these 1d4 lines. Knight f3, d5, knight c3. I don't expect the Catalan because there I think it can get chaotic much more, Whereas knight c3, I think he keeps more control. What do you think?
I'm not sure because even if G3, because he must have he has come for G3, your beloved G3. My point was like he must have prepared a lot for the for the World Championship match against Magnus, where Magnus was going for Catalans. So, I mean, I don't mind this also because if you're facing some problem with black, why not, try to give it back to black again?
Right.
And Alireza is probably going for some sort of Sicilian, be it Naidov or the Rouser Classical.
Really? Do you think we will see Rouser here?
Alireza has played it few times in the past, the Rouser, but let's see. I mean,
Alireza and all these Iranian top stars, Parham, Amin Tabatabai, who actually recently won the Stephen Avagyan Memorial in Armenia, they all play a lot of Rouser, but I think it still feels a bit risky at this level unless you really need to win, where a draw is not acceptable anymore. So he just repeats the knight off, which is also a brave decision after his previous game against Nepo-Machine here, I think.
That could be. And we have this main line of DC4. And here, I guess white has few options, obviously. Queen C2, Queen A4, Knight E5. And that's about it, yeah. Knight A3. He goes with the main line with Queen C2. And it will be interesting to see which line Temur chooses. He can play B5, he can play C6, he can play A6, he can play B6.
I vote for A6.
All pawn moves on the queen side. I think B5 is also a move, but these
B5
days
is what Nepo himself played, no?
Yeah. B5, A4, and Bishop D7 was what Nepo played, yeah. But B5, A4, B4 has been analyzed also till move 25, 30s.
Yes, Abhijit. And I think there was this very interesting game between Alireza Firouzja and our Indian star junior Nihal Sarin in the World Rapid in one of these mainlands. Alireza came out on top in that game. He won with the white pieces, but the position Nihal got out of the opening, it was objectively equal. So in terms of opening, I think he did well there. So, but yeah, everything equalizes if you go deep enough.
Yeah, for sure. Also, these days the engines are so strong that they try to kill every sort of a line, and it is actually quite interesting because let's say 5 years before you would have analyzed some line with the strongest engine back then, and now if you analyze the same line, same position with a different engine, like strongest engine which is right now, the evaluation completely changes, like in many positions.
Yes, absolutely. Recently, I stopped having this conversation with someone, and he was like, "How useless we are without engines."
True. Because I mean, you make a conclusion on the fact that your machine is saying something, then you sort of go with the conclusion for some time, and then the new thing comes, and then you have different thought process. So it is mind-boggling, yeah. The evaluation.
Yes, and I think it's also one of the very important factors of improvement when we are talking about that. When we talk about strength, what we understand so far, that is one aspect. And I think another important aspect is the rate of learning / accumulating new concepts. And the people who are very good at updating themselves, I think they manage to stay consistent at the top. And sometimes people just stop keeping pace of learning these new things. And that's when a downward slide happens in general. And yeah, in a lot of these openings, there are just these new concepts happening. Yeah. For example, in Benoni, there is this concept with G4. White plays G4 on the king side. And when I was growing up, it was all about playing with F4, E5, playing for the E5 square. And then the reason Stockfish started showing that you can just play G4 and black really doesn't have space anywhere. And it's like plus 1.5 and it gets so hard to play with the black pieces. But I do still play Beroni from time to time against some of the older players who I feel they have this mental block in playing these moves like G4. And I think this is a big difference in keeping up and keeping the strength going.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really like the fact that you went so deep into, to make our viewers understand what are the basic difference between different, engines and the evaluation of engine in general, and how you can use it and how, you can improve your game. And talking about, the evolution of engine, this position particular, I guess it was non-existence, yeah, like for few years back.
Absolutely. Queen C2 B5 itself was, I think, a move which became prominent about 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I think not before that. Of course, it has been played, I think, before that, but it was played with a very different spirit. And these modern lines that we have right now after B5, I think it's only prominent in the last 10 years or so. And the line chosen, Nepo plays the Catalan very rarely. In fact, there's only one game of him in this position after Queen C2, which was a blitz game against Anish. But the line chosen by Rajabo, it's a very safe variation for white to play for a win without any risk at all. To just be a pawn up, just play around, and you guarantee any two results, a win or a draw. We see the chat staring at us a bit.
Yeah, do you think they are inviting us to sit there? These chairs.
Yes, I hope so. I would happily go to Madrid to play something, but maybe probably not the candidates.
Why
just
not?
For my self-esteem.
No, I would love to compete with these guys and just to understand how good they are. I mean, unless you are competing with them directly, you somehow cannot understand how good they are. Because here commentating on their games, seeing the bar jumping up and down, we can at least sort of eliminate some of the complicated things by just looking at the bar, which these guys obviously cannot. And judging by this game, I think I'll be bold enough to say that this will be the first game to get over today. What do you think?
I'll just disagree just to keep something interesting going.
Sure. And do you want to take some look at the other games? Take a look at the other games. Maybe Fabiano's game.
The Fabiano game, taking it from the beginning, started with 1 e4, e5. The default move at the top level, I think, 1 e4, e5 against e4. Mm-hmm. Knight f3, knight c6, and the Italian over Spanish, bishop c4, bishop c5, c3, knight f6, d3, the slow Italian, d6, right. Short castle. And here black chose to start with a6. He committed the pawn to a6. Is this the same that he played against Nepo in round 2?
But I guess after a4, bishop a7. Rook e1. I think he went already with h6 g5. I think after rook e1. So
and in this game he differs a bit, but I think not totally surprising for Fabiano that Duda chose to play with the Italian with the white pieces. Duda plays a lot of Italian, if I remember right. And this variation which Caruana has played right now, short castle, h3, bishop e6, we had once again instructive point to note, h3 played right after short castle, not before, because without black castling short, you can run into this g5, g4, which can turn nasty. So white waited till black castles, and one of the ways to do it is with rook e1. The other way is to do with knight b d2. In this game, white chose to defer the development of the b1 knight, instead choosing to start with the rook e1, short castle, h3, now a useful move, bishop e6. What are your thoughts about this variation and this choice by Fabiano Abhijit?
It's fairly solid, and also, like, we know for a fact that Fabiano himself has played a lot of Italian with both the colors, and like the current position, let's say after knight h5, he had with white pieces, and there he went with rook a2 in that position. So he's sort of an expert, or he has a lot of experience in this system. So yeah, opening choice is decent, but I would have to say that to get chances in this with black pieces are going to be very difficult. So a little bit surprised in that sense.
But let's wait and watch. Let's wait and watch if Fabiano has some specific idea here and why exactly he went here. Because so far in this tournament, Fabiano has been showing new ideas all around. He's been showing it in almost all the games that I can remember. So that would be interesting to see.
Right. Also, like this current position after knight h5, black has been scoring quite well. I see out of 8 games, black has won 4 games in this position.
Oh, over the board classical.
Over the board. I mean, over the board games. Well, some online games as well. But yeah. But yeah, white. I mean, black is scoring quite well after knight h5 in general. I think the general idea is just to play knight f4, I guess, and start your counterplay towards white king. Be it like queen f6, queen g6, or yeah, bring other knight to g6 as well. And for white, I think the same setup, yeah, which Alireza was taking, yeah, knight f1, sorry, knight d2, knight f1, maybe go bishop e3, maybe put rook on a2, so that to support this f2, yeah, and then maybe go g3, king g2 if you can.
Right.
Like ideally, I would love to play g3, king g2, but unfortunately, g3 is, you can just take the pawn on g3, knight g3 because it's pinned. So that is one thing. Other than that, I think
knight b2 on the board, by the way.
Yeah. So knight b2. I think this is already a new position. Nobody had played knight b2 before.
Right. So how do you expect the game to continue from here onwards? Queen f6. Start with queen f6.
Queen f6, knight e7. Like black has few options up his sleeve. Also queen e8, queen g6. So I guess knight f1 he will go, and queen g6 maybe. I still cannot play g3 yet, so maybe I'll try to. Also, is knight f4 a threat now after queen g6? Like, do I have to give up my bishop after that?
Yeah, looks like, because knight g3, that will be going into g3.
Yeah.
And
yeah, so I don't know. I just feel like that if I have to give up this bishop, then probably black is doing quite okay, because then bishop on a7 becomes really huge here.
Yeah.
So Yeah, I guess that's the reason they don't start with knight bd2, because probably you know now you have to give up the bishop, and maybe that's why bishop e3 is a probably a nice preventive move at first. Maybe to exchange this bishop, this long range bishop on his hand, and I can see that this is not complete prep for Fabi because he's taking his time, and maybe he's taking his time because this is not
Knight
the main
bd2 was
move.
not one of the main moves.
Right, right. So while he's thinking, let us quickly jump to some of the other games, maybe Ali Reza's game, because he has played the sharp knight of.
Yes, the sharp knight off, but Hikaru said no, thank you. I'm going to play something solid, and with the white pieces, he has that initiative. So bishop e3, e5, knight f3, and this variation, if white went knight b3, then this gets really sharp, as we saw in the Jan Nepo-Machine Ali Reza game earlier in this tournament. But this move knight f3, what it does is it's a lot more strategic opening, a lot more strategic variation, and the main focal strategic point in this variation becomes the d5 square now. So there's a lot of play against the d5 square. White usually has his bishop on c4. This bishop goes to b3, which is usually occupied by the knight. But in this instance, the bishop comes and takes over. And White argues that this knight is better placed on f3 compared to b3. In some cases, even maneuvering all the way to d5. But usually this bishop goes to g5, this bishop goes to b3, and white plays for the d5 square, black defends the d5 square. This is how it goes. But Ali Reza chose to go for this line with knight to c6, and
Yeah,
Hikaru.
So basically, the game revolves around the d5 square. Whoever can take absolute control over that square is the one who usually comes out on top. And I remember this line. Magnus used to play a lot when he was still a teenager, but a very strong chess player also back then. I remember some of his games. They used to have this tournament in, I think, in Monaco, or if I'm not mistaken, this youngster versus the old guy, something. So I don't remember the exactly what it used to be. It used to be called, and I've seen there
NH Masters, I think. NH something.
something. Yeah, yeah. So there, I remember he had beaten, I think, John Nunn and some other grandmasters also with this line. With this very positional slow approach. I mean, you would think that such kind of slow approach should favor the person who is more experienced. But yeah, I mean, you knew back then, yeah, that this boy is special.
Yeah, generally more experienced, but with Magnus, those general things don't apply. So yeah, knight f3, knight c6. But
Yeah.
what do you think of this move knight c6, Abhijit? It's not one of the main moves.
To
And
be
what
completely
is
honest with you, I've not seen this move before. Like with my limited knowledge, I don't think I have seen this move, and somehow it also doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, because you want to control the d5 square, and knight on c6 is not doing in any sort of a way. And you generally go bishop e6, knight bd7, and maybe b5 and knight b6. Not in this particular order, but this is how you want to take as much control as you can for the d5 square. So knight c6 is a little bit strange, but I've seen Nepo has played it, and I've also seen one of our common Indian friend who is actually one of your best friends has played this with black pieces. Can you take a guess?
one of my best friends, common Indian?
Yeah,
Uh, it's not Vidit, is it?
is Vidit your best
Adi,
friend?
well, one of my closest friends.
Okay, okay. No, his name starts with D.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it was
Devashish,
played with
Devashish
Devashish.
Das.
See, must be quite close, yeah, but just by saying the letter, you are guessing the name.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Also,
It was his
speaking of,
birthday on the 27th. His
yeah, it
29th
was,
birthday.
yeah.
Chad, it's
So,
neither VD nor AD, it's DD and not Divya Deshmukh.
right. So, yeah, knight c6 is a move which has not been played many times. But yeah, a few of the grandmasters have played it. Like I see Nepo has played also. Devashish has played himself, and probably that's about it. So I think bishop c4 is the way to go in general, yeah, in this kind of positions.
Bishop c4 and but what do you think is the idea behind knight c6? How do you explain it?
I guess he wants to do the same thing. Yeah, you want to play bishop e6, bishop e7. Let's say bishop e6, you go back to b3, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe eventually play knight a5 and try to cover c4 or to take this bishop with the knight and then try to get to the d5 square. So although it looks a little bit out of place, but I can see it makes some sense as well.
So the knight, instead of going from d7 to c5, instead goes from c6 to a5 and
Yeah,
eventually targets this bishop on b3.
knight c4 and yeah. But here probably you can you play knight g4? Yeah.
Yeah, I can, but maybe you don't have to bother with it so much.
Mm-hmm. Just knight c4 and maybe probably takes and take it back. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Maybe.
also in some cases, I think it's also an option to take with the pawn. I don't know if it appears here, but in some cases, it is an option. It opens the f5
Mm-hmm.
and it takes control of the d4 square. So it really looks like an anomaly. Feels like why would white do this? But it exists. Again, one of these options that the computer teaches us in recent times. Things that we would
Right.
have rejected automatically when we were
Mm-hmm.
growing up, the computer
Mm-hmm.
says no, not necessarily. You can also do this. This is also a way. That is also a way.
Right. So I guess do you think Hikaru will make a move soon, or do you think he's going to take his sweet time? Because he's been thinking for a while already. Yeah.
I think he's going to take. Oh, he just made his move.
Yeah. It would
Hikaru.
be really funny clip. Yeah. Like this, you're saying, oh yeah, he'll take a time, and as soon as you say it, he makes a move. He has his coffee today, so let's hope it
Returns
will
to
bring him some
Starbucks.
luck. Yeah.
Hikaru played in the title Tuesday yesterday, by the way,
Oh yes.
and he didn't lose a single game. He was already in a bit of trouble in the first round. He
Mm-hmm.
was not winning that. It was a rook and bishop against rook and 2 pawns, but he managed to win that, and kind of slowly got into the group. And then he played this really fine game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He defeated him, and I think overall he had a pretty decent event.
Right. Right. Uh,
It was a really strong event yesterday, by the way. Wesley So played Fedosiv from India. Raunak played, SL Narayanan played, and these were some
Srinath
of the top
Narayanan also
stars.
played.
Yeah, I also played, but I wasn't streaming yesterday. I played off stream.
Ah, why was
So
that? You wanted to focus solely on the
I was
tournament?
very tired, and if you're on camera, you have to pay a lot more attention to everything. So I just wanted to chill a bit yesterday and just play chess. I wanted to play chess, but I didn't want to stream for one day. So I just
Right,
played off stream, and whenever I finished my game, then I went to Hikaru's stream to watch what he was doing.
right, right. Do you know what I did yesterday?
Slept.
I went for a movie actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
which one?
the Top Gun, the new one, Maverick.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
How was
it was
it?
an epic movie. Like I really enjoyed it.
I should catch up on that.
Yeah, I was lucky to get a seat in the sense that it's been a while since the movie came out and it was still running in some of the theaters. So if you want to catch it, you should catch it soon.
Maybe next Saturday. We'll see.
Right.
Next Saturday is the next rest day. And astute observation by Hanshika in the chat. Hikaru's back in blue.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Back in blue, back with a Starbucks. I think
Everything what is needed to win a game, yeah.
Exactly. He's not sparing any efforts to get this one across early result. Meanwhile, we haven't checked the Rapport Ding game yet.
Yes.
Which also started with e4, but on the third move, instead of bishop c4, white went bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, and now d3, Abhijit, which is not the main move. It is one of the main moves, one of the most played moves, but the most played move here is short castle, bishop e7, rook e1. This is how the Ruilopa's main line goes. And this move d3 is a bit of a side variation, which you usually don't go for. Which people used to go for when they didn't want to get into a huge theoretical battle back in the days. But like the London system and a lot of other openings, d3 has also turned into one of the mainstream variations, and very much in the spirit of Rapport. Yeah.
Also, I feel with d3, I think you mainly avoid this open Spanish, which Fabi used against Hikaru. So d3 is a common ploy to not to let black take this and go in the open Spanish. And other than that, I don't see d3 is that useful, because d3 you can practically play on next move, or any other any given point. So I guess this is to for the open Spanish. I guess this is used to prevent open Spanish. And I think Ding currently went for bishop c5 lines, because bishop on c5 is more active generally than on e7. And again, we'll see some sort of a position which is very similar to Italian.
Right. But Abhijit, Ding usually plays mainly the Marshall opening, right?
Yeah.
So what's the point of starting with d3 against Ding in particular? You would think that maybe it cuts black's options down if you start with castle and then play d3.
It does, but probably Rapport just had this, in his repertoire, that whatever Ding does, he's going to go for this, because you never know. Yeah, maybe Ding had prepared open Spanish also for this event, so it's better to be the first one who can surprise, who gives a surprise to your opponent. And after that, he went for bishop g5, which is it's been played, but it's sort of quite a rare move. It's been played hundreds of times, but still a rare move compared to the other moves in this position. And after h6, bishop h4, d6, c3, bishop a7. Already I see only 2 games after bishop a7. One was Caruana versus John Burke, and the second one was Grishuk versus Oparin. So not too many games. And after castles, knight a5, bishop c2, c5, we already have a new position in our hand. And also, how do you explain this move c5? Because you just spent 2 tempis, bishop c5 and bishop a7, and now you are putting pawn in front of that bishop.
Absolutely, Abhijit. A very valid point. It just feels a bit strange. You start with bishop c5, get the bishop onto a7, and then this pawn goes to c5. Black does a lot of this with this bishop on e7. It's a very common structure with the bishop on e7, but with the bishop on a7, it's perhaps not as common. But on the other hand, this pawn on c5 is not fixed. So I think one potential way of continuing this strategically is to continue with c4 and open up this bishop. That's one option in the future, which challenges white's center. But I think the more important factor, the second one, it's really hard for white to go without playing d4 in this setup. At some point, I think d4 has to come. White can start with rook e1, knight d2, knight f1, knight d3, but sooner or later, d4 will happen, I think. and in that case, black is well prepared to prevent it. So I think that is the greatest strategic goal for black in the setup.
Right. And also I felt that maybe white could also play b4. So c5 was also in a way prevents b4. I mean, you can still play b4, but probably once you take and go knight c6, you have massive control over the d4 square now.
Right. To show an illustration, we're talking about this.
Let's say something something like a3, you defend the pawn. And then, yeah, either bishop g4 or knight d4, one of them did. It just looks great for black. And if you hadn't gone c5, let's say if it was white to play in that position, let's say if black had gone for short castle there instead of c5, then just probably b4, and the knight doesn't have too many good squares, because let's say you go back to c6, then there is a4. And all of a sudden you will see black will start to have some sort of problems in the queen side.
Right.
Well, so I guess c5 is sort of a prophylaxis against both d4 and d4. That's why it makes sense to play this, although your bishop is still on a7, but it does make some sense.
Absolutely. It's a very important space gaining move. And in chess, I think having control of the chessboard is a very important concept, which gains space. The more squares color controls, side controls, the more space they have. And that is, I think, one of the most important components of strategic play. And moves like c5 does exactly this. It takes control of important strategic squares and ideas. Now, we want to get an overview of what has happened. The first 30 minutes has passed. The games have about 10-15 moves has happened in each of the games. And we have looked at a bit at each of the games. But let's have an overview and see what is going on in all the different games. Meanwhile, the chat, the vote is very interesting. Can the Nepo-Machine be stopped? It's about 50-50. It's pretty close out there. And there we have the overview, Abhijit. Let's take it from the Caruana's position. Knight f4, knight f1 has happened. And what are your initial thoughts?
I'm hoping to see queen f6, queen g6, or like queen e8, queen g6, something on g6. And we briefly discussed it, and the feeling is that black should be okay if it has to give up this bishop on c1, because then bishop on a7 becomes a huge piece for black. But maybe black, right. I mean, white has some concrete ideas in the sense that, let's say, if you start with queen e8, maybe I can probably take on f4, or maybe go first knight h2, but maybe bishop f4.
Yes, play queen f6.
Okay, queen f6. I mean, the idea is pretty much the same. You want to bring the queen to g6. And here,
but let's ask chat, what is the other threat here? Chat, queen f6 has just been played. Now, what happens if I make, let's say, a nice rook prophylactic move? Yeah, exactly. Rook a2. I'm protecting my f2 square. And I'm thinking, okay, I have a nice strategic position and everything feels nice with white. I just take a walk, I stroll around. What move do I find when I come back here?
Well, I mean, you cannot be sure here that you will find that move.
Yes, but if the chat is one of my opponents, I would want them to find this move, you know.
So he did take on f4 actually in the game.
Yes, he did take on f4 in the game, but meanwhile, the chat very quick, the Samvid Kane and Vishal Kalyan Shetty finding knight into h3 check. The point being that the g2 pawn protects the f3 knight. So g takes h3, queen into f3, and black wins this pawn. So because of this reason, white starts with bishop at f4, just taking out the most dangerous black piece in the game. Queen takes f4, instantly taken back by Fabiano. And what is your impression, Abhijit?
I'm not sure, to be honest, because I see b5 can be played now already. Gives white some sort of hope on the queen side. And probably you go knight e7, yeah? You don't want to play knight a5 because this just kills the knight on the side. And probably I'll just play rook b1, or basically the knight cannot enter the game. So you will probably go back to e7. And I guess after that, maybe I can even play queen b3, getting another tempo. And probably you have to go back with the queen to defend the pawn. Queen f6 or queen f7, one of them. And now maybe just knight h2, knight 1 h2. And somehow it feels like white is a bit better, because now I'm in time to play g3, king g2, and protect all these important squares. And slowly but surely, I'll be able to push you back and maybe go to d1, d4 next as well. So
Right.
the feeling is, I think Duda is a bit better, but again, anything is possible. Yeah, with this bishop on a7 still alive.
Absolutely. I totally concur with you that white is probably indeed a bit better, and black's. But first question: what if I try to get this knight to f4? Do you just reply with g3 here?
Yes, I guess.
Right.
Like, I cannot let you put the knight on f4. Then all the threats will start again. Yeah, knight f4, queen g6. But yeah, once I get g3 in, I don't really see where is your counter play as black. I'm just going to play king g2, probably go to d1, play d4. And yeah, it won't be very easy for black to play this position in general.
Right. And moving on to the
Let's see Timur's game, yeah?
Okay. Oh yeah, Timur game.
Because we haven't looked at it for some time.
Moving on to the Timur game.
Yeah.
We last left it around this point, yeah?
Yeah.
Knight c3, a into b5, rook into a8, bishop into a8, knight into b5. And with this, white has regained the pawn, which he had lost earlier. It's equal pawns. But black ends up with a bad pawn structure. And black defends this pawn with bishop d5, bishop f4, attacking the c7 pawn. So black moves this pawn with c5 and also trades it in the process, getting rid of his double pawns, improving his pawn structure a bit. D takes c5, and here black cleverly starts with queen a5 instead of just starting with bishop into c5, bringing his queen also into the game, getting some development. And is there a concrete refutation against this, Abhijit, after bishop into c5?
It has been played by, few times by various players, like Hikaru himself has played this. Nepo with black has played this. But I guess simply knight c3, yeah? If I have to.
Yeah, and there is also this move b3 here, which wins the c4 pawn. I think this is also a move. And this is the reason why black starts with queen a5, knight c3, queen into c5, and now he keeps the c4 pawn. And as it is, white can get a slight edge here. So he doesn't want to, give up a pawn also and make it worse for himself. So right. Queen takes c5,
yeah,
bishop e3, queen e5, yeah, and now bishop d2, creating
yeah, threats. I think bishop e3 is already a new move here. Previously, there were moves like rook c1, e4, but bishop e3 was not played before. Bishop e3, queen a5, and now bishop d2 once again, trying to chase this queen and also thread knight d5. Black correctly going for bishop a8, and now Nepo went for knight d1. I guess his idea is to play knight e3 and to pressurize this pawn on c4, and it won't be very easy to defend it. Yeah, let's say you go queen a6 now. I'm going to go knight e3,
rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8, and maybe even knight e5 already I can start to think, because after bishop g2, king g2, I don't really see a way to defend this pawn. Maybe you can get some counterplay by sacrificing it, but you would definitely say goodbye to the pawn for now.
Yes, and this counterplays, it can get nasty for black though. With white, I would just prefer to have superior activity than take a pawn and allow this counterplay for black. Because what I've noticed is if black gets some of this typical counterplay with something like knight c6, let's say, and some knight d4, it can very quickly liquidate for black. Black can trade pieces very quickly, and the game can become planned. So as black, I would be very careful. As white, I would prefer to have
Keep
more
pieces, yeah.
activity. Yeah, keep pieces.
Yeah, for
And keep
example,
the pressure on.
For example, here maybe you can play knight c6, and let's say if I take the pawn, you can probably even go knight e5, and yeah, I see some activity now. Yeah, let's say b3 I have to play already here, and maybe knight d5 also. And yeah, you are right in the sense that now everything will get to exchange, and yeah, white will be tiny bit better, but nothing special.
Absolutely. You are also white's play is also not that free. Yeah.
True, true.
So knight d1. This is a position we have right now, and I think Raja should be able to hold this. Should be able to equalize and hold this in some moves.
Yeah, I mean, this is one idea to play knight e5, but I could also go without playing knight e5. Let's say queen a6, knight e3, rook c8, rook c1 maybe, just to keep more pressure on the c4 pawn.
So go
And
bishop e4.
maybe queen d1. I mean, the position is of course equal. There is no doubt about it. But maybe you can play on a bit. Yeah, I can put bishop on c3. Next move, yeah, bishop c3. Let's say, but doesn't look so much also. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look so much, and also these kind of questions are always a bit nagging for black. But someone of Raja's class, I feel that he should be able to hold it without without too many troubles.
Yeah, for example, just knight d6, knight is coming to d5 or to a4. Yeah, feels like black should be completely fine here. But he's taking his time. Let's see what he does. And maybe also move on to the other games. Maybe Ding's game, because
Wow.
it is heating up.
Knight b2 and Ding just he's like, you're not gonna harass me on this diagonal anymore. Just get out of it. And plays g5, bishop g3,
Also
knight
quite
h5.
quickly, yeah? He's playing quite quickly as black. So maybe he's still in his prep.
Yeah, at the very least, the concept is probably familiar to him. So he gets g5, bishop g3, knight h5, and this it might appear to be a weakening move against the king, but what black is actually doing is playing against this bishop. This bishop has no scope. It has very little control over the chessboard. Not a lot of places to go to. Not a lot of squares it can control. And generally, when this bishop gets stuck like this, the way to get it out is by moving the f pawn and getting this bishop onto an alternate diagonal. But this is not at all easy to do with the white pieces with the current configuration. This knight on f3 stands in the middle. The king is exposed in this diagonal if he moves the f pawn. And for these reasons, it's not easy for white to improve his bishop.
Yeah.
Aside from that, what do you think are the important factors in this position, Abhijit?
I guess white has to start some sort of activity on the queen side, but I'm not sure how. Because if you go a4, I think black simply closes it down with b4. And I don't see any active plans for white here. And whereas on the king side, probably black can already start, with knight g3 and h5 next coming in. Maybe play bishop e6 first, but knight g3 h5 is already coming in, yeah.
Right.
Maybe play h4 after that. So it looks quite pleasant to play as black. I'm not sure what the exact evaluation. I mean, computer still likes a little bit for better for white, he thinks, but I would be happy to get this position with black in a practical game.
Interesting. And if you're white, how do you play against this setup, this structure?
He has done something. He went
He's gone
A3.
A3.
Makes some sense because you want to play B4 and drive this knight away. And
then
maybe the idea is B4 and then A4. I'm not sure.
Anish Adiga in the chat asks, I'm not exactly sure what he's asking though. He was suggesting B4 here, C into B4, C into B4, knight C6. But here I don't understand his move. Rook, do you mean rook C1 here? But this just loses the pawn. But Anish, whatever it is, the move A3, it kind of makes it a better situation. And the second thing is when white plays B4, black will not take C into B4. He'll just move away his knight first.
Right. So now what do we play as black? Do we take it and go for H5 or? But also another question I wanted to ask you, knight G3, do you think white would want to take with the F pawn or with the H pawn?
Oh yeah, this is a tough one, I think, because generally you take with the H pawn by default in these situations because of this diagonal, and it's just the way to capture towards the center. But here taking with the F pawn has a lot of concrete benefits. First of all, you can meet C4 check with D4, right? Or do you get into trouble here after knight C6?
Also, yeah, also G4, yeah.
Oh yeah, quite simply G4 wins the pawn.
But I guess C4, King H1, E1.
But this kind of messes up the pawn structure, no?
So CD3, Bishop D3. But I guess I'm just saying that your king will be quite weak. And I want to play maybe P4 and C4 next. So
right. Yeah, maybe this one is not as simple as it looks.
True. Or do you think he'll just wait? Like, I don't know, some move like. Also, not easy to wait, yeah.
Yeah, but I like taking with the F pawn more because it really opens up avenues for white. The F file, the F5 square.
Right. No, I think my point was like, how do you wait? But my point was like, whenever white plays B4, then to take knight G3, because then you cannot take with the F pawn. Maybe you can just show it quickly. Let's say I make some move with black, Bishop E6 maybe. So let's say white goes B4, and now maybe Bishop E6 is was not a great move, but let's say now knight G3 first, knight G3 first, and if FG3, then you can simply take CD4.
Right.
And yeah, so you are sort of in a way forcing white to take with the H pawn. And yeah, probably knight C6 now. But the reason why I was saying that this is not a great move because after BC5, you sort of have to take DC5 after this. After knight G3, H3, knight C6. I mean, Bishop C5 is possible, but yeah, somehow the position seems to be getting out of control, yeah, for both the players.
True.
But that's what we want.
I think we are in for a spicy fight in this game. It has started calmly, but now I think the position can become very uncompromising, uneven.
For sure. Also, you can also play, if black is being extra cautious, maybe you can also just go short castle in the beginning, like before all this Bishop E6, knight G3. But also feels like a normal position, no?
True, it definitely feels like a normal position, but you also eliminate your H5, H4 options now, yeah?
But now I can think about F5 options, yeah?
True.
So, I mean, B4, there are many ways to place this position. Knight C6, I guess.
Bishop B3.
Oh, maybe knight c6, you have knight e5. So maybe I have to take, yeah. So maybe I have to take on g3 first. H g3 and now knight c6.
And now I guess this knight can go to e3, g4, knight f5, or knight h2.
I mean, it is a position, yeah. Maybe you would start with bishop b3 because you just want to get bishop to this diagonal. Also, bishop on d5 looks really
and
amazing.
prevent f5.
And prevent f5, of course. Yeah, I mean, this is still a position where anything, all three results are possible. But I feel objectively it should be around e1.
Right. And we haven't looked at the Hikaru Alireza game in a while, Abhijit.
Yeah,
what's happening there?
Straight into it. What is
just
happening?
2 moves has happened since we left here, which is again very interesting. These two players, some of the fastest players in the planet, and it's not in move 10, and they've spent almost 30 minutes each. Bishop c4, bishop e6, knight to d5 with the idea of bishop b6. This is what happened, and Alireza prevents it with rook c8.
I was not expecting knight d5, to be very honest with you. I was expecting more like bishop b3 there. But
yeah, but Hikaru. And knight d5 also, I guess, it makes sense to a certain extent that
right.
black is anyway playing towards this bishop b3, knight a5, right? So bishop e6, knight d5, rook c8. But honestly speaking, I'm not able to make a lot of sense of this position. It feels so unconventional from your typical knight off. It feels so unconventional from the kind of setups that I've seen.
From black's point of view or from white's point of view?
From both. I'm used to seeing this knight on d7 from black's point of view. From white's point of view, I guess you have played knight d5. Generally, one of the ideas for white could be that you just trade off the pieces here and then try and get in some kind of c4 going. So you have gotten rid of your bishop. So now you're asking what this knight is doing on c6 and try and get some kind of a bind going on this side. Try and get some c4 going. Maybe start with short castle.
Also, I have another question. Like, do you automatically take queen e6 or do you think about fe6 in general to protect this d5 square?
I think both the moves are valid. I think f into e6 is also quite typical in these setups, but that allows white to get in these c4 related ideas easier. Yeah, which is not a disaster for black. Because with f into e6, you also control more squares. But I think queen into e6, it prevents, and now b3 can be met with b5, and you can just go bishop e7, short castle, and try and get some f5 and control of the d5 square. It's just a very different position, I think, from what you normally
expect. The feeling is more like Sveshnikov than Naidov. Yeah, you want to play f5, try to undermine this e4 pawn so that you can have more control of d5 square. So yeah, bishop e7, f5, maybe bishop e7, short castle f5. But eventually you want to get f5 in as soon as you can, because if white starts to bundle up his pieces towards a d5 square, then it will be very difficult for black to equalize.
Yeah, absolutely. F5, because d5 square is important. And again, something we established right from the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah. And let us quickly go to Fabi's game, because I see he's just going for it right now.
Wow. Rook f6.
Rook f6. This move I was not expecting at all. But I guess he has to take his chances now, and especially against a player who has lost 3 games, 2 games in a row, and lost 3 games in total. I mean, the person who is in the last spot, if you don't try here, then against whom you will try, right?
But that's the danger, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, Hikaru understood this danger. He still went for it, and then we all saw the consequences of that. So
because you just can't make these decisions where you're completely safe. There is always a percentage involved, against people at this level.
Yeah, for sure. And now I see like after b5, in a way you have to play knight a5, because if you go back, maybe I can simply play, let's say if you go knight e7, maybe I can just play ba6 and queen b7.
And black has nothing better than to go back, and then you take c7, you threaten d6, e6, the whole thing.
Yeah. But maybe bishops, okay, e7 is also hanging. So b5, I don't know what is his idea. Maybe he has
b5 is such a natural move. Yeah.
I mean, it could be b5, knight d8 as well, but then it doesn't feel like, that
doesn't feel like you've done justice to this knight.
Yeah, but maybe he'll play slowly. Maybe bishop, but I don't know how to play slowly also. Like if bishop b6, then maybe I can even play a5. And once again, if you go back, I can also think about b6, but maybe not completely sure.
Let's have a look at knight a5 though. Like, what do you do against knight a5?
But knight a5, I just felt like, just queen somewhere.
The knight doesn't belong there?
The knight is not going to come back very soon, that is for sure. So let's say I just go queen c2 here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
rook g6.
Yeah, somehow it doesn't feel like you can mate me,
mate.
With just these two pieces. Let's say I go king h1.
Rook f8.
And okay, I defend this with knight h2.
He has gone b5, by the way.
I think we'll see something like this on the board. Rook f8, knight h2. And that's
now the first question is, where does this knight go? Yeah, a5, d8. I think a5 and d8 are the only two realistic options. e7 just doesn't feel right.
I think d8, because a5 I just feels wrong. Like, unless you can mate me directly, which I don't see how you can. And if you cannot, then I think the knight is completely misplaced on a5. And we all know, one bad piece can ruin the whole position, the whole entire game.
Absolutely. But Chad, what do you think? What would you go for? If you're black here, would you go for a5 or d8?
And this game we predicted Fabi to win, right?
Yep.
Doesn't look like it. And he understands it, that...
Do you think he just underestimated this b5 move? He just forgot about it?
No, I don't think he underestimated it, but it's just that how to create chances. Not easy to create chances as black. And when you are creating chances, you obviously, take risk, and also you expose yourself, and you may get into a worse position, which may happen in this game as well. And that's why, top level chess is such a hard thing, top level chess. That's why people, find it very difficult to win games, because to win games, you have to take chances. And while you're taking chances, you are also giving chances to your opponent. So, yeah, I think this is what is happening now.
Absolutely.
I believe it's a calculated risk from Fabi's side, that he will just go for it and see what happens, and doesn't work, what to
do. True. So calculated gamble, but I'm not in big favor of this from Fabi's perspective, Abhijit, because first of all, I would try to keep my chase going, even if it's a 1 point difference. And there is also this huge political angle with Nepo and Magnus going on. So the second place is also not such a terrible thing, I would say. There is a chance that you might still get the world championship match. Whereas if you lose, you're just out of it.
But it's like very remote chance, And also, I wanted to ask another question. So let's say if you are Jan and you see this position on Fabi's board, do you just go back to your board and make a draw and go back? Or do you just keep on playing?
No, I mean, with Nepo's game, I think it makes sense to keep it going as long as he's not risking anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're not risking anything, then I think there's absolutely no point in ending the game at any point. Yeah.
For sure.
There is absolutely nothing to risk. He knows how to play chess. He's very good at chess, so it's not like he's going to blow a completely equal position and lose that game. He would back himself with that much confidence, regardless of the situation. So as long as he's not risking anything, there's not much complexity around. I think he doesn't mind. Meanwhile, James Fisher in the chat getting very excited about this move Rook G6, but Rook G6 you just defended with Knight H2, no? And it's almost
also King H1. Also King H1, not this Queen G3. Yeah?
Queen G3.
Oh my god! How to lose in one move?
It's a good one.
How to lose in one move by Narayan.
But King H1, this is just winning for black, yeah.
Oh, for white, I think.
Yeah, this was a good one. Knight H2, Queen G3.
You got some more content, for your Instagram reels. How to lose in one move.
How to lose in one move. I have a lot of content like that though. I'm not sure if it would be usable.
Yeah. So, yeah, Rook G6 is a nice move, but I guess just King H1, yeah, and that's it.
It's almost the same thing. Then you still have to choose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably, if Knight E7 now, do we still go for the same line, BA6? Yeah, somehow it doesn't feel like, that black has anything better.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot make use of this bishop F2 any moment,
because you can't let these two pawns.
Yeah. I mean, you don't even have to defend this rook on E1. Yeah. You can simply even push.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And B into A6, B into A6, Queen B7 is pretty much the same thing, I think. Or is it not? Is there a difference here?
So Rook F8, yeah, now. No. Why did you say then?
I trust you a lot, Abhijit.
But it doesn't work, yes. Simply Queen E3 is coming back. So if not Rook F8, then what else could it be? Maybe
Queen F8. The queen can go back.
Queen can go back, but let's say if you take the pawn, then maybe bishop
C5. So
then bishop C5, and the queen is getting a little bit uncomfortable. Not bishop C5. I don't know. Chess is hard.
Also, this doesn't feel like the kind of continuation you would want to go for.
With white, yeah? Or just take on F2, yeah?
With black.
Just take on F2.
mean, Queen F8 is hard to find, I think. Queen F8 is not the kind of move you find on your own, I think.
Unless you have a problem.
Yeah, it is only move, but this whole thing, starting from Rook G6, you have to pull yourself in this direction, like calculate. And this is, of course, a nice incentive to go into this direction. But pretty soon, white sees King H1. And now Knight E7. This makes sense, though. Maybe Caruana will find it. Is there anything better here, or is the bar slow?
Maybe Rook A2, yeah, simply. Like typical way to defend this pawn on F2.
Yeah. And the same threat remains.
Yeah, and once again, Knight on E7 is not really doing anything. BA. Queen B7 is coming in. I don't really see what you can do as black, because I can also play D4 on the next move, and somehow it just feels like white is much better. Like not even slightly better, more than that.
Yeah, the knight doesn't really find any good place after Knight E7.
I think we'll see Knight D8. This is, I mean, the least, probably, bad.
Best of the worst.
Best of the worst, exactly. Because Knight E7 was there, Knight A5 again was not really doing much.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick overview of the games. What is happening in all the other boards?
So this is the situation in the Fabiano game.
Dingus played rook b8. Clever move, no? I like this move. Now he's sort of saying if b4, then simply knight g3 I'll take. If not b4, then rook b8 is generally a useful move because you sidestep this rook on a1 in the long run. And I like this move, rook b8.
Right.
But I don't like this move, bishop d5 in Temur's game. He had just gone back to one move back to bishop to 8, then he is coming back.
But doesn't really spoil his position much for now, yeah? Or maybe it does a bit, but Raja wants to keep his pawn. And not sure what he had better though. He went with queen c5. Maybe queen e6 was much better comparatively, and that was a big difference. He went for queen c5 here, and we had looked at queen e6. The difference is in this position, black's pieces were getting a lot more space to jump into, but the queen on c5, it feels like it's in the way of black's pieces. And here the same move, bishop e4, you can just take queen into c4. Yeah, it's a big difference.
And also a big pawn. Yeah, I mean generally you don't mind giving up this pawn as long as you have some activity, but here even queens are getting exchanged after this. So yeah. So probably he had to go bishop d5. Yeah, I mean it was not by choice.
Yeah, he had to go bishop d5.
But for some reason I feel this is getting little bit, scary for black. Not a lot. I mean, I can simply play bishop c3 here. What if I just take your bishop? Like, aren't I like really better here? Like if you take, knight e5, I was wondering.
Knight e5, knight b6.
You have to go knight b6, and I was thinking maybe, I was thinking if I could play bishop b7.
Rook c7, you want bishop f4 or bishop e3? No, bishop f4.
No, I don't want
rook c7 neither.
I don't want. I will come back. I just come back. I'll play bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop f4 is the idea.
Then next move bishop f4 is the idea after queen e5, I think. And maybe cobble up. Let's show this variation actually. Rook c7, bishop e4. So queen e5, bishop f4, queen goes somewhere. Let's take on c7. Queen takes. Take on h7 with check. King has to go again. And I was thinking bishop d3 simply, and I get 2 points. But maybe no. Maybe some tactics again which we are missing. Queen knight c6, knight d4. Queen e5. Oh, queen e5.
Yeah.
So takes, and you just simply take on b2 and
and it's a draw.
And it will be a draw. Yeah, I'm just hoping that this long line is not the wrong line. Yeah, because as they say, long line, wrong line.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to calculate for Raja, I guess, but not so difficult either. Yeah, it's all pretty straightforward.
It's quite forcing. Yeah, like
here there is some move. Yeah, what is it?
Oh, b4.
But b4, I thought seen to b3.
Probably move
and queen b1.
Yeah.
Right. This is the move.
Okay, but this is. I guess this is right in Nepo's alley. Like he sees these things very quickly. All these tricks and tactics. But even this, I'm not sure what is the exact evaluation even after queen c1. Like white is so much better here. It's hard to understand. Like you have rook and a knight for the queen. Okay, I lose the b3 pawn, but you still have to take it. But
yeah,
but not coordinated.
2 bishops, no?
Yeah. But I'm just not coordinated enough with black, I guess. And also bishop
Yeah.
f4 is a big threat.
Pieces are just not sitting in nice squares.
Yeah, so maybe that's why it is as big as it is.
Yep.
And if I don't take on d5, I mean, you have to play 95, 95, yeah? If ed5, then simply bishop c3 and I play over the dark squares with two bishops.
Yeah, ed5 first of all felt a bit wrong.
Mm-hmm. Also, b3 can be nasty at some moment.
True. It could be a situation where white has two bishops and an extra pawn.
Yeah. And the thing is, once the c4 pawn becomes isolated, it's very hard. It will be very hard, at least for black, to hold on to this pawn forever.
True. So I think that's the update on this game. Nepo is slightly better. He's pressing, and it's still not clear if the Nepo-Machine can be stopped. Meanwhile, let's again get an overview and have a quick update.
He has taken 95. He has taken 95 actually. Enough.
I think I expect knight d5 back, and now knight e5.
Yeah.
And also knight a5 played by Fabiano Abhijit.
Oh. The move which I was least expecting.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed in Hikaru's game. Hikaru's still thinking. And
so something has changed in Hikaru's game because it's Alireza's turn, I see. But the clock is running for Alireza.
Oh, we didn't. Okay.
But I think that's just a glitch because Rook c8 is the last move.
Yeah, Rook c8 is the last move.
Wow, deep thing from Hikaru. They're going to play bullet.
Yeah. Oh, look at Hikaru's expression. Yeah. In that. Okay, I think with that, it's time.
Let's go in for a short break. Meanwhile, chat, do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and we'll be right back. But before we go, here is a clip for you.
Do you ever look at someone and wonder what is going on inside their head?
I can also trade and take, and if takes, I take. If takes, queen e2, queen h4, g3, knight g3, check, c6, queen b7, knight h1, king there. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to think too much.
Sorry, I would like to take you both, so who's more comfortable waiting, who's more...
I want to play rock, paper, scissors first. Alright, one, 1, 2, 3. Oh.
No, you're wrong.
Yeah, you cheated, it's right, yeah.
Okay, S4, 1, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, but now okay.
Make it straight, so everybody's used to it.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Does that mean I go first?
Yeah, you go first.
So the rules are very simple. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and then 6, and you have to just place 1 second per ball. Okay, so teams are Arvind Chidambaram and Rahul VSS versus Grandmaster Arjun Kalyan and woman Grandmaster Divya Deshmukh. Okay, let's do a toss. Team captains Arvind Chidambaram, Divya. Toss. Order even. Who won the toss? So Arvind won the toss, and you would like to ball first. Please come in the frame. So we have a bowler here.
I don't know.
This is one. The game is very simple. Yeah.
You should keep different from him.
Yeah. You have to just try to dodge. Okay. Ready?
Get out first. Okay.
Start.
Out.
Duck out. Oh no. All right. We have another batsman here, Arjun Kalyan. 3, 6,
Out.
11. Oh, 6. So the target is 7. And who do we have as a bowler here? Arjun Kalyan.
Okay, here comes the batsman.
Rahul VSS, all rounder. All right. Start. 4. Oh, 2. Okay, 2. 3. Target is 7. 6.
Day.
You can't duck out. What are you telling me? Can also use backwards. He doesn't mind.
All right.
Video will mind. No.
Win.
Wow.
6 is there. So obviously first match we know Arvind Chidambaram has won. Team Arvind Chidambaram and Rahul VSS. We have second round. Do you want to change teams or keep the same teams?
No, I don't want to be on his team. No one, but why does no one wants to be in his team?
Arjun, don't worry. Don't worry, Arjun. What we can do is let's put Arjun and Arvind this time. Rahul and Divya. All right, ready? Okay. Toss time. Arvind versus Divya. Toss. You choose to ball.
Yeah, we choose to.
And Divya.
Start play first.
All right. 7.
Hey, wait. Okay, yes.
10.
From now on, same timing.
Okay.
10. 14. 19. 20. 19. All right. Good performance. Next. 25.
Let me count, no?
28.
Out. Very good.
All right. 28. And now Team Arvind.
I can't even count, no?
All right. Start. Arjun is batting. 6. 6.
6 is unlucky number. What?
Target is huge.
Target is.
What is the target? 29 plus.
28.
28. 29 to
No,
win.
28. Yeah, we 29.
1.
So what's the total? 7. 7, huh?
7.
10.
10.
Wait. Let me think. Okay. Out.
Oh no.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, Arjun. Thank you, Rahul. And thank you, Divya. We are with WGM Divya Deshmukh, and here we are asking you questions pertaining to candidates. Who do you think will win the candidates and why?
I don't have a favorite right now, but probably Deng because he's strong. All of them are strong, but probably Deng.
And which Indian player do you think is likely to qualify to the Olympiad in the near future?
Probably Arjun.
And Hikaru is a streamer, but he did qualify for the candidates. So what's your reaction on a streamer qualifying to the candidates?
I don't think that streamer is his personality. He's a great chess player, so I think it's well deserved.
Okay. And if you had to pick 3 players from the candidates, who would they be? 3 picks.
3 picks. Deng, Firoza. I don't have a third.
So now that you have picked 2, can you give them a superhero name?
What is that? Hulk.
Hulk for? Firosha is equal to Hulk and?
Deng is.
Okay, thank you, Divya. Hey, I was just wondering, have you subscribed?
Not yet.
Do it now, okay?
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Chess.com India's broadcast of the 2022 FIDE candidates. We are at round 10, and let's have a quick overview of the games, what has happened since we had that little break, not so little break. And I do hope we didn't end the previous clip on make it 50,000 subscribers, because we crossed that goal a while ago, a few days ago. But yeah, do hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And there we have the overview. Abhijit, Rook B8 and Rook B7 played in the Ding game.
It's a little bit strange what is going on. But I can understand that King H1 was played because he wants to take Knight G3, FG3. And so Rook B7 was played to stop some sort of a move. I don't get it yet, but maybe slowly I might. So the thing is, anyway, after Knight C6, Knight C6 now you can play any moment. Now Knight E5 is not possible because Knight G3 is a check.
And he has played Knight C6.
So before Knight C6 has happened, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So I guess Bishop B3 is a move. PC5, Bishop C5, Knight B3 also can be a possible move. But yeah, I also don't understand Rook B7 so much.
Mysterious Rook move. Maybe just getting the Rook to D7 or F7, just getting this Rook out into the game without moving the Bishop. Very unconventional, but if it works, it works.
Or maybe this is some prophylaxis against B4, A4, yeah, to get this Bishop protected in some lines.
Could be.
But again, it feels very deep, like, you know. It just feels too deep to be good, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you know, let us head to Temur's game because he has gone exactly what we predicted. Jan has played Knight E5, and now it's going to be a little bit of a problem, yeah, for Temur to hold on to this. Do you think Jan has already seen the line which you were showing earlier with B4?
I would be very surprised if he did it so quickly, Abhijit, because how I would imagine a grandmaster's brain works, it takes a bit of prompt for your attention to go towards such moves. I think it's very hard for it to flow naturally. You feel it, you sense it, you feel this is the direction, then you go towards it. But I think generally you need a bit of time to find such moves. And to remind the chat, we are talking about this variation with Knight E5, Knight B6, Bishop B7, attacking the Rook. And to explain to the chat, this doesn't feel great for Black at all because you can never win with Black in these positions. And White, on the other hand, has chances.
Also, Bishop F4 directly also you could have done.
Yeah, you can also start with Bishop F4 so that it forces the exchange of the queens. and that's a very useful thing when you have the rook against 2 minor pieces to trade as many heavy pieces as you can. And we are looking at this variation with bishop b7, rook c7, bishop e4, queen takes e5, bishop f4, queen c5, and here white had this superb move, b4. The point being that again, when I saw b4, I rejected it after c into b3 because I thought queen into c5, rook into c5, you win the b8 knight, but in the end, this b3 pawn is an extra pawn. But then queen b1 was a move I saw only after I looked at the engine evaluation that there is something plus 1.9 here. Right. So it would be pretty impressive for me if Jan sees all this in how many minutes did he spend for 95? 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes is decent.
Less than 5 minutes.
Yeah. But to go this deep, I think it takes like 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, for sure. Also, like for us, it was we could take the help of the engine, like with the bar.
Yeah.
So for us, with that, it took us about 10 minutes. And I don't know without that how long it would have taken us. But yeah, 95. I mean, if not knight b6, okay, he has played knight b6, yeah.
Yep, he has played knight b6. Knight b6 on the board.
And knight b6 on the board, but both the players aren't. And
meanwhile, chat is asking if there's any special guest today. Chat, you are our special guest today. Feel free to write any questions, any insights, any moves. You can participate with us. We can make it as interactive as you like. And for today, it's exclusive with you guys till we have a guest joining us at 9:30.
I want to say Nihal or Prag. I also want to say Nihal or Prag. But probably they don't want to see us.
I just got the context when I saw the chat. Would love to see them, but I think Nihal just finished this tournament in Armenia, which he played while being sick the whole time, and ended up making like 7 draws overall. Just went to the board, made draw, came back, went to the board, made draw, came back. And Prag, I don't exactly know what he's busy with, but I think all the juniors are busy playing some tournament or another.
Right. There is also this Serbian Open has started. So maybe some of the players might have gone there, but not sure whether.
A lot of Indians there. I think some 52 Indians are playing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So, coming back, 71 Indians, we just have it from our producer. 71 Indians are playing there. That is amazing. And this is sort of incredible in the sense also that the sheer amount of chess players we have, in India.
By the way, Abhijit, Nepo went for queen e4. He didn't go for this bishop b7 line. So we went a bit off in our guess the move. But what I observed in this tournament, and in particular after Nepo has gotten the lead, is he hasn't spent too much time calculating around. He has, I think, trusted his feelings a bit more. And he's been playing fast.
No, that's true. And makes sense also because it had gotten you this far. And... let's stick to it. And also, as they say, if it ain't broke, why fix you? Why fix it? No.
Exactly.
So, but here I think he has lost the plot a little bit because bishop f6. If I go, you have to play bishop f4. Yeah, because bishop c3. I may want to tickle you with either knight on a4 or knight to d5, or maybe not. Maybe you could just go bishop d4 anyway after that.
Right.
Or maybe I can just go knight d7. Also, it's possible.
Yeah, knight 8 d7. And a lot of pieces get traded now, yeah? Knight into d7, knight into d7. this bishop also gets traded. And as we know, the more pieces get traded, the more closer we get towards a draw in chess. So bishop f6, bishop f4 is the other option. And after bishop f4, do we go the same, knight d7? No, knight d7.
My point was, anyway, if you have to play bishop f4, then bishop f6 makes a lot of sense. Because ideally, I would have wanted this bishop on c3 to guard this b2 pawn, to blockade this pawn on c4. So
right.
So yeah, bishop f4. I don't know what is the move actually here, because are you threatening knight c4 at some point? Knight c4, knight c4, b3. It could be.
Doesn't seem so.
It does seem so, right?
Yeah. Exactly. It does seem so.
Yeah. So
yeah, it doesn't seem like black has a difference. What happens if I play g5 just out of naivety?
I have knight g4 at least.
Yeah, but then I thought I can take this pawn.
Yeah, but with such a king, I don't think you can survive very long. So let's say I go rook c2.
Or do you just want to target b6 with bishop e3, rook b1?
Also possible, but rook b1 will always be met by c3.
Yeah, but then I thought knight comes to f6.
Okay, maybe let's look at it one by one. So bishop, but bishop start with bishop e3.
Yeah,
but then
start with bishop e3.
Okay, queen f5 is met by knight h6. Fourth again. I cannot exchange the queens. So I would have to go back somewhere or to b5.
Yeah, and here I thought something like rook b1 leads to all kinds of threats.
It looks very dangerous for sure. And I'm pretty sure that we are not going to see g5 on the board of Rajabov. We might have seen in different people's board, but not in Rajabov's board.
Yep. Not in the candidates.
Yeah. So you want to jump to some other king, maybe?
Sure, but what's the conclusion after bishop f4?
I think white is still a bit better, but
yeah, I think white is still pressing.
Yeah. Let us go to Dink's board. You will be very surprised what was his last move.
What is going on here, Abhi? What is this rook b8, rook b7, rook c7?
Maybe he's thinking that the rook is not the rook is the king, so he's moving it like that. One square at a time.
Amazing. The rook.
But he's just trying to, not to do anything. He's just trying to wait and see what white does, because, and this is what top players do. They don't nullify the situation very quickly. They tend to prolong it. They tend to prolong the tension as much as they can. So you can see he's not taking knight g3 and not really, relaxing the situation. So he's just playing normal moves. Probably he'll also play bishop b7 next if given a chance.
Right. Meanwhile, Neela Lohit in the chat talking about India being the second highest in population, but we're not talking about people being in streams. We're talking about people traveling abroad to play in tournaments. The number of players traveling abroad to play in tournaments, and that is an incredible number because traveling costs money. So people love chess to such an extent that they're willing to invest quite a bit of their time, money, effort, and everything into playing chess. And I think that's incredible level of commitment. That's what we are talking about. And Aryan going that Ding's rook is shy. Probably not, because if it's shy, it would have stayed on a8. It came all the way to rook b8, rook b7, rook c7. So I think it's definitely not shy. It's in fact extroverted.
Do you think in next couple of moves, let's say black plays bishop b7, maybe it will again go one square to its left and go to
I
d7?
think that would be super strange. That would be super strange. No, I don't expect that to happen. But how do you explain these mysterious rook moves, Abhijit? What is this rook doing?
Rook b7 I could explain. And rook c7 is just to keep the position going. Like he doesn't want to clarify the situation, and also maybe he wants to play bishop b7 next. So rook had to go somewhere, and probably c7 looked better among all other three squares. And because white was also intending to play bishop d5 at some point, and you don't want to put your bishop on d7, you would rather have bishop on b7. So maybe that is the case. Also, I'm wondering if you go bishop d5, what does black want?
97.
Knight e7, yeah, and probably have to go back, yeah. Or can I?
Unless you want
can
to,
I take pawn?
Yeah, you can't take this because there's always knight g3 check. But do you have some bishop f7 now? Like,
yeah,
can you take this?
No, bishop f7 first, yeah?
Yeah, bishop f7 first.
So king f7, knight e5, d5, I guess. Queen h5.
Yeah, this doesn't
and
feel
knight
good for
g6.
black.
But piece, yeah? Piece is a piece. Oh, bishop e5 is a blunder. Probably bishop g4.
Yeah.
No, bishop g4. No. Okay. Oh, I get the point. Bishop c7, he will go queen d7. I was wondering what happens to bishop c7.
Yeah.
And the queen is trapped.
Yeah. This is beautiful. Beautiful variation.
Rook must be lazy, yes? Slow to move.
Yeah.
Nice comment.
Rook is doing the iconic ding walk.
No, ding goes very fast, yeah? Have you seen this clip where after the interviews?
Way ding ends the interviews.
Okay, ding. So before even your interviewer could, say bye or something, he leaves the stage. What a funny clip.
I think it's some of the cutest clips.
So in general, like Ding is such a nice guy. You want him to do well in general. Beat against anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, totally agree with that. But Abhijit, talking about nice guys, what Fabiano is doing, he's not trying to be nice to his opponent. He wants to go for the checkmate right away. G5 played by him. Did you see that coming?
Well, when you say A, you have to say B and then C, D, all those things. Yeah. So when you are playing Rook F6, Knight A5, I mean, he's going berserk here, but he doesn't have a choice also in this position.
But I'm not sure, Abhijit. I'm not sure. I have a bad feeling about this. This is what happened to Hikaru.
But if not G5, it's very mysterious. Yeah? Well, how else can you make progress here with black on the king side?
Yeah, that's a good point as to why black had to do something like this. We saw all these variations with Rook G6, but just King H1 neutralizes it, and then Knight H2 and G3 was happening. Black wasn't getting much of an attack here.
Yeah.
And Queen E2 played by White after Knight A5, keeping an eye on this E6 pawn, making sure that the E6 pawn is always vulnerable, and Fabiano taking his time and then playing G5. Quite a bit of difference, no, between Jan and Fabiano. And
I mean, it's understandable. Yeah, one guy is on +4. He doesn't have to win any more games, whereas one guy is on +2 and he has to win few games. So he will, of course, try all his might. And to be honest, I like G5. I understand computer doesn't like it. But somehow it makes black's play quite simple. You play H5, G4, Rook G6, Rook F8. And all of a sudden, like with this many pieces, black can create some counterplay. But I'm sure computer finds a way where, to neutralize everything and then just win.
Yeah, but it's not just the moves again, Abhijit. Another thing is the speed at which the moves come back to you. Fabiano spent 26 minutes and then played G5. And you see, he's already spent a considerable amount of time. Whereas with Jan, he's been playing so fast that I think it's a totally different experience for their opponents. With Abby, you get hit by very strong moves, and from outside, we generally tend to see only the moves. But with Nepo, he's been exerting a different kind of pressure. And Judith Polgar, in one of the commentaries, opined that Nepo's games seem to be somewhat similar to how Gary Kasparov's games used to be back in the time. And even with Gary, a lot of grandmasters against other strong players wouldn't have played in the same way. But Nepo somehow seems to be hypnotizing his opponents and provoking these mistakes, provoking the way they play. Did you hear that? And what are your thoughts on that?
No, I did not see that interview or see that comment of Judith. But if she's saying something, obviously you have to take it seriously.
It's from her personal experience.
Yeah, one of the legend and probably the only women player in the world who was in the top 10. So that speaks volume of her chess strength in general. I don't know whether I would compare Kasparov's style. I mean, I cannot really compare also because I haven't seen them firsthand like Judith has. So, but I would say that Kasparov would still used to take a lot of time, in general. Like he would also come in time trouble and all those things were quite normal for him. His play actually was like this, that he would insist on finding best move every move. He was the guy who would, second best moves were not okay for him. He would spend as much time as it's needed to get the best move. Whereas Nepo doesn't care. He just wants to play some move, but fast. It could be, it could be either good, bad, but it has to be fast.
Absolutely, it has to be fast, and he's maintaining that in this game as well. I think he played Queen e4, Bishop f6, and Bishop c3 happened in the game. Abhijit, he didn't go Bishop f4, but maybe the fast is not working out for him in this game. Yeah.
Oh, Bishop c3 is gone. Yeah, but now knight d7 it's just over. No? Like over in the sense that Black draws quite comfortably, or are we missing something here?
Yeah, no, I also think knight d7 and it's pretty equal.
I mean, white still has some pressure because c4 pawn is weaker than the pawn on b2. But once the bishop gets exchanged, I think it will be very easier for Black also to create counterplay over the b2 pawn.
Yeah, I think it would lead to a situation where the c4 pawn gets traded to the b2 pawn, and the game just peters towards 4 versus 4. But I think even with that, he's adding pressure to his opponent because he moves to 7 points. The next one is at 5.5 and doesn't seem to be having a great position. So I think Nepo is also being clever here, but maybe also being a bit lazy. I don't know.
Also, I see the comments in the chat about maybe. Do you think us chess players use this word a lot? Maybe, because we are not sure, we are unsure about many different positions. And the first one, I remember somebody asked me some questions regarding some position. The first word comes to my mind is maybe. Maybe it is possible, maybe it is not possible. Because I guess the stronger you get, the more unsure you are. But it should be the other way. It should have been the other way around. No? The more stronger you are, the more sure you should be in general.
No, I think it's pretty common across fields. Like there is even this popular proverb that empty vessel makes more noise because it thinks it knows a lot. But the more you know, the more you realize how much you don't know. And when you start out any skill, I think it feels like you got it figured when you made these initial steps because you feel like you learned a lot. But the higher and higher you go, the more you appreciate the altitude, the more you appreciate the depth that exists at the higher level, how much more there is. And I think that's the main reason. It just makes you so much more humble when you realize how much you don't know. So many proverbs and stories in I think the ancient literature about these things. Oh yeah, and in modern economics, the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Right. Maybe Srinath's her favorite word.
Yeah, maybe it is my favorite word.
Or most used word at least.
Arnav is asking what tournament I'm going to play next to retain my number 20 version. Arnav, there are two ways to
Go about
up.
it, yeah?
Huh? Yeah, exactly.
There are two ways to go about it, yeah? One, you
So-
play a tournament, you win rating, and then you rank up those points, and then you come to whatever position you are. The second way, which is the
you
Srinath
just sit
way,
on your
which
chair and watch others lose rating, and then you move up the rankings. The second way is the safer way.
Right. At least you will not go below that, yeah, wherever you are sitting right now.
I would think so, although these juniors, they are moving so fast. Like I was sitting here and Leon overtook me. Then Harsha is out there at 25.50. He's going to get past that, I think, pretty soon. So you have to increase your rating a bit also. But yeah, I think you at some point people will keep overtaking you, the juniors and the next generation.
Right. Let's have a quick overview of the situation for the people who have just joined us. Because, okay, this position, I think we can safely conclude that after 97, Black should be able to hold quite comfortably.
Yep. So this one's pretty equalish, and the Fabiano game, we had a look. G5 was just played. Duda has a slightly better position here, or would you say it's? I think slightly better is probably the way to describe it.
I don't know actually whether you can call it slightly better or not, because I feel it's either it'll go one way or the other. Like either Black will get very good counterplay, or White will just win comfortably.
Right.
So I would not say slightly better. I would say either White is seriously better, or if I have to actually pick, I would actually think that it feels like White is seriously better. But don't ask me how do I stop this counterplay also with White with H5 G4 coming in.
Right. And the game between Hikaru and Alireza, Abhijit, and knight into f6 check was taken in this position, and I went queen into f6 automatically, but Alireza just went into full Sveshnikov mode and just took g into f6. G into f6, bishop d3, and this is the position we have. A very interesting, very fighting position.
True. But I still feel...
I think we can also divide the players into two categories. Yeah, there are players who will go out there and create mess over the board, and then there are people who are happy to sit and collect from that mess. So Rapport, for example, is someone who will just go out there and create a mess for sure. And
same like Alireza.
Exactly. Whereas Ding would be someone I think who's quite solid, likes to play strong chess, but he's not going to go out of his way to create something. But if his opponent oversteps, he will happily collect it.
I think most of the top players are like that they're relatively solid, and because they've understood. Like I remember when Hikaru had come to the top, I remember he used to play all the Kings Indians. Even Temur was playing all the Kings Indians and getting all the sharp position. But they learned their lesson that at this level, it's very difficult to sustain this. This kind of openings at this kind of positions to play consistently day in, day out. It's just that very difficult to sustain because the other guy is also very strong. And then they sort of shifted gears. And I'm hoping that Alireza doesn't do it very quickly. I'm hoping that he still also the same case, also Rapo, yeah. I'm hoping that both of them still continues the way they are playing because this just makes chess so much more fun.
Absolutely, Abhijit. I think they are big inspirations to show a lot of things that you don't have to be all prep, all Berlin, all 30 move preparation to sustain at the 2750 level. You can do it in a different way as well, and in a way, I think they show that the old school chess exists.
Sure. And coming to Trapo's game, after bishop d5, g4 was played.
Oh
And
wait, there is also this move 97 in the.
It was played 97.
Yeah, he played 97.
So he wants
So
to
I think
get
this
either
one's going to be
d5,
interesting and double-edged.
yeah, either d5 or f5. Yeah, one of the breaks.
Yep.
And it somehow feels like decent version of Sveshnikov because you haven't weakened your queen side yet with b5, where white can usually attack with a4 afterwards. But also in the meantime, I don't really see what is black's counterplay in general. So let's say I go castles here. You do what? d5?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe just bishop g7. But then why play knight d7 is your question, yeah?
Yeah, bishop g7 in general, I don't know, because I can simply play queen e2, rook d1, and somehow I'm quite fast as white, no?
Yeah, and then f5 maybe. But f5 you're allowing some takes, knight g5 to come in. Bishop g7 doesn't feel right. Just doesn't seem like the move he would make. Let's have a look at d5 or f5 anyway. F5 also feels maybe, a bit loose. Yeah.
F5 also with knight on e7, you are also sometimes threatening bishop e6, queen h5. So it's kind of looks scary. Yeah, if f5, maybe bishop e6, f6, knight g5. Feels like something is not right in black position. But maybe it works. If it works, it works. Yeah. What can you do?
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like it's working. Yeah.
So queen d7.
Queen h5 check.
Knight g6.
I thought knight e6 was here. Or f4 is there.
Oh, knight e6 is a very nice move.
But not working at that. f4. There's something stronger here, it seems.
So knight h7, maybe you just play queen f, or you just take queen h7, yes?
Yeah, you just take queen h7.
Queen h7, yes. So
f4 is a strong move, is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, f4. Preventing f4. Yeah. Retaining the king.
But even knight e6, what you suggested looked saner and safer, and also had decent advantage for white.
Yeah, it certainly wins a pawn, although after f4, black can do some stuff on the g5.
Yeah. So I guess d5 is probably a serious alternative. Which we have to see clearly what we are doing. But again, after d5, I think just if I take, I guess you take with the knight, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But once again, just simply, I thought queen e2, and then rook is coming to d1 again. Somehow it feels like in all these positions, it's never really good for black to open up d5 or f5. But then if you don't do it, then what is the point of knight e7 once again, yeah?
Absolutely.
And Alvisa has been thinking for a while. Knight e7 is spent about 20 minutes. Previous move spent 6 minutes. So I'm not entirely sure what is going on. Usually he's not the one who, thinks a lot.
Yeah. But neither is Hikaru, and he spent more than an hour for just the first 11 moves. It's 2 hours for 40 moves, in which first hour has been spent for only the first 11 moves. So I think this one's going to be a cracker of a contest, but maybe let's return back to it when there are more moves. Yeah.
Sure.
And
let us go to Dick's game maybe for a while.
We are at Ding's game, Abhijit, and here also the pawn has gone all the way to g5 and g4. Today it feels like today it feels like the day where black plays g5, g4 in all the games. At least
also, the tournament is coming to the end, so people are opening up a lot, and they are just playing more freely. Also, they understand, they need to win games if they want to catch Nepo.
Yep, but incredible variety. Yeah, it's amazing how you can play chess in so many different ways. And
by the way, how do you play here? Do you play knight e7 or do you play queen d7? I think knight e7 makes sense. Yeah. Either way, you anyway play knight g1 or knight e1, then I go queen d7 with the idea that I can play knight g6 next. Or even knight d5 sometimes, but I like knight g6 more.
I like this.
Also, takes and f5 can be quite good. Just knight d5
And
and f5.
it feels so hard to make a move with white here.
Yeah.
What do I
yeah.
do with white? I want to get some f4 or f3. I want to break. I want to break in the position, but how do I do it? Can I start with f3?
Like you also have to worry about g3. Yeah? Simply if I go g3 and give up this.
Yeah. G3 takes rook g8, g4.
I was thinking even just knight g6. Just play slowly.
Yeah, probably knight g6 is important.
Because now this bishop on a7 will actually be very strong.
And this bishop on h4 looks woefully out of place.
Yeah, and just cutting down this position in half, this bishop on a7. So g3 also is interesting. Yeah, I feel like if anybody is better, it should be black. And the moves are so much easier for black to play than white.
For sure, Abhijit. Black is, I think, definitely more comfortable. Bishop h4, this is a live position we have right now. And do you start with queen d7 or do you start with knight d7?
I don't know, to be honest, because queen d7, actually it's more or less the same thing, because either way, queen d7 also, you're not really, you want to take bishop c6, right? You don't want to take bishop c6 in general with white.
Yep.
So anyway, I think it's more or less the same thing. And also, if you start with knight d7, again, bishop e7 is not the move you want to take as white.
Absolutely.
So I guess we'll reach the same position whichever move order. Like, so knight g1 or knight e1, one of them, and then simply queen d7, yeah? Just to take it out from the pen. And yeah, I mean, the more I look at it, the more I feel like black is just better. No? Unless I can create some mess in the center with bc5, knight b3, but doesn't look like it.
Yeah, but I guess white just has to find defensive potential out here.
Yeah.
H into g3, rook g8, and
yeah. Also rook g8, yeah, but I just felt like knight g6 is so much calmer and safer. And I'm already threatening knight h4. And yeah, like I just need one more piece to enter, and once that enters after knight g6 instead of rook g8, then I think it's just going to be game over for white. So this feels like black is doing good. Let us go to Fabiano's game. Oh, actually, there are some moves in the Jan versus Radjabov game. So knight d7.
Let's go there.
Yeah, let's quickly.
Knight d7 did happen. Bishop d4, queen d6. And time to trade everything off.
Yeah, I don't see how to not to trade with white. So knight d7, do you take the bishop or do you take the knight? I mean, you cannot take the knight, yeah, because bishop f6 and rook c4 is possible. Or knight f6 also rook c4 is possible, I think.
Yeah.
Because of the back rank.
But bishop d4 just feels simple, no?
Yeah, bishop
d1,
d4.
there's bishop f2.
Also queen d4 if you don't want to calculate much.
Yeah, also, but queen d4, you have to look at this, yeah.
But b3, I thought always c3, yeah? Like c3 and then also.
Yeah, this pawn can become dangerous. Black can start playing for a win now.
Yeah. Also, you can take cb3.
Yeah, this is just a draw, I thought.
Yeah. I mean, just queen d8 just to be sure, yeah. Cover my back rank. Yeah, this is simply a draw. So I think we'll see the result on this board fairly quickly. This is my prediction. And let us go to Fabi's game, because things are really heating up there. So we saw it in g5, I think, yeah? We need to g5, knight h2 was played, rook g6, d4, and h5. I mean, it looks very logical what Fabi has done. I mean, it made sense in the sense that once he goes for rook f6, knight a5, he has to do something like this. But it's good or not, that I'm not sure. Because you can also play g3, start to play g3 and start to kick white out, yeah?
Yeah, and if g3 works and is able to stall it Do you think white just ends up being better here? Do you think it just
So let's say G3,
ends
Queen
up being
F7.
bad?
What do you do?
Queen
I mean, depends on
F7.
Queen F7 or Queen F6, one of them. Also, D5 is possible, yeah. No?
Yeah, Queen F6, I can certainly take D5 and now have to watch out for G4. But F2 is protected, so King G2.
Maybe Queen F7 only, yeah, not Queen, because it also gives me some chances to play Rook F. Maybe tripling on the on the F5.
Alekhine's battery. But if I do this anyway,
I was thinking just to sacrifice this pawn and maybe play Rook F8 anyway, and try to create some sort of a mess.
now G4 is a threat and F2 is hanging.
Yeah.
So Rook E2 is logical, I guess.
Rook E2, Rook F1, one of them.
Yeah, but I thought Rook E2 just gives more freedom.
Right. But somehow it feels like black has some compensation here. Let's say I go G4. So you
Knight
take,
H4.
or you don't take, yeah? You directly play Knight H4.
Huh. I wonder why Duda is smiling.
Yeah, I guess he's like, what have I done? In a simple position, now I have to calculate all this line. So let's say Rook G7.
Or do you think he just feels nice about his position?
Well, this kind of, you don't feel nice, no? About these kind of positions, you feel either you are completely winning or completely losing. Yeah, the attack seems to be quite dangerous as well. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, Abhijit, for sure. But here it feels like, so fundamentally, when I see this knight on E5 and the bishop on E7, it just feels a bit wrong for black. And generally, these kind of attacks where you kind of go all in without having all your pieces backing it up, it can backfire badly. So I think this is the reason why I feel this.
But I can say pretty much the same thing about your knights. Yeah, knight on H2, knight on H4.
But they're
also,
defending, yeah.
Right. But also, if you see, if I just put bishop on C5, maybe on the next move, you will not say the same thing about the bishop. Yeah, bishop is doing an excellent job.
Yeah, actually, the bishop is doing a pretty good job. It's only this knight on E5.
Yeah. Which I always wanted to. I mean, never wanted to bring it here in the first place.
Right. Absolutely. Then I don't know if I'm being a letdown of black's pieces. But in general, I'm also. It just feels like black's attack is not crashing through, and the pawns are weak. And of course, I think I'm also biased by the engine evaluation.
Yeah, but it's not easy. Like, how do you play as white? Do you play Rook F1 or you play something else?
Right now, after Rook G7.
So in general, what do you play? Do you just play ED6?
Here I would play H4, just to get rid of Rook into G3 related stuff. H4, H4, and maybe takes D6.
Okay, CD.
Rook D1.
Bishop C5.
King G2.
And now I have to decide how to continue this kind of. I mean, I can also play some things like. I want to play Rook H7, but maybe Knight G4. Am I in time? Can I play?
Seems like you are.
I can and Rook H4, yeah.
Just Queen F3 check.
Yeah. Also, I thought I could just play even AB, B6, like just to clarify the situation on the queen side. And still, I don't see a clear-cut way how white can untangle himself here.
But white doesn't need to do anything immediately. Yeah? White can also play the slow game. But I see your point. The queen is stuck because you don't want to allow this knight to get into the game. And if the knight gets to E5, it would be pretty dangerous compensation. So you don't want to move your queen, and the other pieces are also kind of stuck doing their respective jobs. So I do see the compensation now after we made a few moves.
And G3, we have G3 on the board. Let's see where he goes, Fabi. And we have also an update in the Rajapov game. So we have seen Queen D6 and now Knight D7 was played. Yeah, I think that game is just heading towards a draw. And
Chat, do you approve of Nepo's strategy, or do you think he's risking things? Let us know. It's a pretty interesting strategy, pretty safe one. But do you approve of this? Do you think it's working for him and he should continue doing it, or do you think it is starting to get a bit risky? And
to me, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. To me, the strategy makes a lot of sense. I mean, the guy who is trailing you by like 1 point, he's not doing too well. So, I mean, and generally +4 is a huge score in candidates. I don't remember when was the last time somebody won the candidates with such a huge score. Normally, if I remember correctly, it's usually +2 and sometimes +3.
Yes, and Nepo was in a similar situation last year, but then he lost to someone, right? Yeah, he lost on his MVL, and that made things a bit.
That was the last game of the first half, and then because of the pandemic, they just stopped that tournament and then continued. I think that helped Nepo in a way that he could recover, because you could see he was struggling in many different games, and after that loss, probably it would have gone down. He could have gone down. You never know, because he's the type of player who sort of
goes with the momentum.
Once if he's winning, he's winning a lot. But also once he's not doing well, it can also quickly, he can quickly fall down.
Right. And also, I think in his experience, he has collected a lot of these points with his opponents just doing something. I think this happened a bit in the previous candidates as well. Someone in the chat asking what is +4. Basically, if you just cut out the draws and take the remaining score, that is what the +4 is. So just cut out the draws, and then it's plus add the wins, subtract the losses, and you get your number.
So it's easier to say that when you're playing in a round robin, because you generally remember how many wins or losses you have had, but draws can be plenty. So you can't really always count, half point, 1 point.
Yep, it's a very classical way of counting because of the nature of these tournaments. And we didn't have a lot of this +3, +1 kind of scoring system back in the day. So Bishopmate D4 happened, Abhijit.
We have some guy somewhere and something in the chat.
something, some guy somewhere. But Bishopmate D4 happened, and do you expect to see a draw by 9:15?
Oh, before that.
9 o'clock?
Sure. I mean, depends if Nepo can play Rook D1 also,
problem. But doesn't that allow Bishop F2 check?
Yeah, King F2, Queen D1, Knight D6.
Oh, this isn't working.
Yeah. No, but you can play simply Queen D7, Rook D4, Queen D5. I guess if he doesn't feel like playing this position, but then maybe it will be over within 10 minutes. Because then
just play Knight into B6.
Knight B6, Queen. No, I can see the line. So Knight B6, Queen B6, E3, Bishop P2, Rook C4, and I cannot take Rook C4,
Yeah, I cannot take Rook C4. It's Queen 8 check.
Yes, so maybe Queen D8. Just go back, Queen D8 maybe. And I can see very well that these guys will continue with Rook C8, Queen C8, and Queen A8. But okay, they cannot. They have to somehow find a repetition somewhere.
Well, now they can do it. Like in these situations, you just look at each other and find a way to repeat.
Yeah. So 9:15 is a lot. I think it'll be over before that.
We'll see. We'll see.
Fabi's gone to queen f6, not to f7. But this I thought you would allow D, and somehow I didn't want to get into this.
Yeah, and also let's have an overview for those who have just joined us. 4 fighting games: Queen f6, Rook d1, and I think the first game between Rapport and Ding. Ding a bit better with the black pieces, and Duda against Fabiano. It's just fire on board, but White, it seems like White is doing well optically, but Black does have compensation, and the game is very complex. A long way to go. The game between Nepo and Rajabo going towards a draw, and finally the game between Hikaru against Ali Reza is again crazy complex, but we like White.
Right, right.
And which one shall we? Which one do you want to see, chat? Which game do you want us to dive deep into from these 4 games? Knight into b6 taken by Jan. So should we just witness the draw?
I think just let's stick to it. I feel draw is incoming any moment. Queen b6, you can also play Rook c4 directly. Yeah?
Flashy. But do you want to allow this?
Probably not, yeah. And then probably would just Rook d8. So.
Yeah.
It could get scary.
Bishop f2, King h1. Yeah. This would be the way to lose.
For sure.
Chad is going with a lot of Ding and Hikaru. Ding and Hikaru getting the major bulk of the votes. Knight into b6, Raja still thinking. He's being a bit cautious. Probably just making sure.
You can make draw in many ways, yeah. Like you can also just give up this pawn on c4. Let's say bishop b6, rook c4, queen c4, and just sit, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is just dead draw. Like I don't even see a try for White. This kind of positions.
True.
I mean, yes, online blitz, maybe you can win. You can try to flag your opponent, but with this, I just don't see it. You could also play queen c5 in the previous move.
Yeah. So I think we can kind of conclude that this is going to be a quick draw. We'll pan out here at the time when they actually make the draw. Let's go towards one of the games where there's some action happening and we are spoiled for choice.
Let's have this camera like this, and maybe we can change the game because we might look. It might look stupid, yeah, just to go when they're about to make a draw. so just have the camera, and maybe we can discuss some other board.
Yes, but which one? I think a lot of chat went for the Ding game. And in the Ding game, Black has just taken this pawn object, rook into c3. Ding striking at a point which we actually didn't look at. He just took the pawn.
But I think this is a little bit riskier.
But now we see the whole point. Yeah, he started off with this rook on a8. It went to b8. Then it went to b7, c7. And now it finally goes to c3. 4 moves with the rook, taking the pawn, rook into c3. But why do you think it's risky?
Because first of all, this rook doesn't have too many squares. I think you have to go back, yeah?
Yeah. Rook into d3, queen c2, right?
Or maybe first bishop c6, because here I see rook d5 can be an option.
Okay, this is clever. Bishop c6 check. Bishop d7 takes, and queen c2 takes. And this rook is trapped.
Yeah. So you have to go back, I guess, after 92, let's say back to c7, because that's the only square that I see right now. And here I was thinking just f4, yeah?
Yeah, f4.
And once you get f4 in, it makes White's position a little bit easier to play. Because without this, it was very difficult for White to sort of form a plan, any sort of a plan. But now, okay, I can think about f5. I can think about fe5. There are many moves, yeah, for
Mm-hmm.
white. So white position has gotten a little bit better than what it was before, for sure.
Yeah, knight to rook c7 also happened, Abhijit, and totally agree with you. I think the position has become a lot more breathable, a lot more easier to play with the white pieces. And the move we were looking at, queen d7 here, certainly felt stronger for black to me. At least it made things much harder for white in this position. So knight e2, rook c7, f4, and now what?
I don't know, to be honest.
Should
I go? No. Okay, just
let's show the
why.
dangers in the position.
Yes.
So g into f3, knight into f3, and now the white pieces start flying in towards black's king. Black took this gamble, keeping his king in the center and playing this g5, g4. But the point is, all those times, black king could still hide behind his pawns. But now,
or even go short castle some or go short castle.
Would you do that now? Also looks risky, yeah? f5, f into e5.
f5 seems to be like just game over, no? Like at least practically.
Yeah, it's 0.00 though. When I played castle, I was expecting to see like +2. Expecting to see the bar shoot up, but now.
Yeah. But it just feels so much simpler, yeah, for white to play this position.
For sure, Abhi. Now at f4.
I mean, if like they also cannot see the bar, yeah, player. So I'm sure, yeah, it just feels. I mean, even when you're going as black, practically you would just feel that something has gone wrong already for you.
Absolutely.
But I see a plan actually here. Why it could be okay for maybe he could play bishop e3, bishop g5, try to nullify this bishop on h4. No, I mean after f5. After f5 passes that position.
Okay. But surely all this is very scary for. Yeah, but bishop g5. I want to get this queen to g4, but this bishop on e3, it keeps this d2 knight. It keeps this d2 knight tied down.
Yeah.
And
because of that, queen cannot move. And also, this is an important diagonal angle. Also, you are pointing out here that if knight can go, then queen d2 and then hitting on h6 can also be an option.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think he would play this f4 short castle, like walk into the fire?
No. I mean, I don't know. To be honest, I really don't know. Because I see f4, f6 is also a move.
Like, maybe he will. But probably he won't.
Once again, maybe, yeah.
Yes. And what's happening in the Hikaru game? I mean, I think Ding probably has to do something crazy here, having walked this far. But meanwhile, in the Hikaru game, we have some moves, some action. It started out pretty slowly. But here we have the queen trade happening. But queen trade not the way you want to offer it, no?
Sure. E5,
I was thinking just takes and...
but maybe he didn't have much options, Like,
did he have to do this g into f6 first of all?
No, he did not, but he chose to do that. So he took a calculated risk. But I guess after d5, e5, I guess knight d5 was never an option, yeah, because of queen e2 and rook d1 coming in. So queen d5, Hikaru, I guess nicely he goes queen e2. And I mean, even after queen d5, even queen e2 in the live position. And
yeah. He went queen e2. He wants to keep the queens on. And
I guess his idea is to, with queen d5, maybe he wants to put knight to g6 and maybe bishop e7, go short castle later on. He could also play knight g6, bishop g7, but somehow it doesn't feel right here because you are never really getting f5 comfortably. And then bishop is sort of strange. Yeah, there.
Yeah, true. On g7, it would only make sense if black can open up these pawns. And I think the way to go is e7 or c5. C5 also makes sense because you want the f4 square for the knight. And white would so dearly love to have this knight on f5, but that is also not happening that easily. So it's maybe not that straightforward. It feels it still feels double-edged. Rook a d1, queen e6, rook to d2, and
bishop e7.
Now black can bishop e7, rook d1, short castle. Or do you want to keep the king in the center and just do f5?
I'm not sure. I can also play h5, h4, just try to gain some space.
Yeah. I would have preferred to just trade the queens with white, to be honest. Take and I guess just wait here. Because the point is, if you take knight into e3, f into e3, then I get the f file open. This knight comes and sits on f5. And this feels very good for white. And if you don't take it, then white just has a better structure, I think.
Right. But this also, yeah, actually it was possible what you were saying to just play c3, yeah?
Yeah.
And here I'm not sure whether you want to take on e3, because let's say I place a move, and if I can get fe3, e4 next, then it's not very ideal, yeah, for black if white can play e4 next.
Yeah. And
I don't see how you can stop it. Like, you can stop it for time being after bishop c5, but once I go king f2, king d2, this f5 square becomes really weak.
Yeah, true. So I would have preferred this, but queen e2, not quite sure what Hikaru has in mind, but this is going to be a very interesting last 20-25 moves. Both of them have been so slow for their first few moves. They have spent more than half their time for 25% of the moves. So they are going to get in some time trouble. And this is going to be really exciting towards the 40th move, towards the time scramble. And the other game between Duda against Fabiano.
Let us go to this game, Jan, the leader game, because it's going to end now.
Oh yeah, this one's going to end.
Oh, he went with queen b7, not with
queen a8.
Yeah.
King g2, king g1, king g2, king g1.
I think bishop a8, bishop a1. It will be bishop b7, bishop b2. The beauty in repetition, yeah.
And the beauty in repetition. Meanwhile, chat, with that, Nepo moves to 7 points, 1.5 point lead. And it's going to be difficult to catch Nepo, but I don't know if this counts as stopping the machine or not. I don't think it does. This is the machine
slowing the machine, yeah.
And there we have it. The score sheets being exchanged, the handshake, and
I think Nepo is saying, I think I had something, but I don't know exactly where because I played it too fast. And Timur is very relaxed. Yeah, it was an easy draw with black. He says it is a tournament leader. I mean, what more he could have asked from this game?
True. Relatively easy for Timur. Could have gotten a bit more awkward.
Right. Let's do a quick rounder. Okay,
I think we covered kind of most of the games. We saw Alireza Hikaru crazy.
F4 was played?
Yeah, F4 was played in the rapport game. So let's see if short castle will happen or not. And we haven't had much of a look in the Duda Fabiano game. King H1 just played. But again, it feels like white is doing better here.
Yeah, much better. I don't see like a way to continue also now. Let's say if I go like the usual G4, you probably simply play knight H4. And now knight F5 is also can be a trick sometimes. For example, if you take on D4, yeah, if you take ED, CD, bishop D4, and now knight F5 will be double attack because the pawn is pinned, the queen on A2. And
So
this would
lovely.
just, yeah, and this would just be much better for white. So let's say G4, knight H4. I mean, do you allow the knight to come to H4 and then to F5? I don't know. Because my plan is very simple. I'll play rook F1. Maybe I can then think about even F4 myself, opening up this side.
True.
And then you will actually see both the bishop on A7 and knight on A5 not coming to the game.
Exactly. So G4 runs into this. H4 is never really a threat. White will put his own knight on G4 and after protecting the F3 knight first. So if neither G4 nor H4 is happening for black practically, then black kind of just runs out of options. Black is not able to find a way to sustain his initiative. And this is not looking good for Fabiano. The Americans kind of losing their way by trying to fight for a win with the black pieces, trying overextending with the black pieces. That seems to be the theme over the last two rounds.
Yeah. Also, if you see the time, like he's getting in that uncomfortable zone right now. That 37 minutes, and I don't think he sees any move also. Like because the position seems to be looks just bad. Yeah. Like
so, let's say I play rook F8.
I mean, the thing is, you don't threaten anything also. So, I don't know. Maybe I can even... I was thinking if I can even play H4 and try to force your hand in the sense that... But H4, maybe GH4 you can take, yeah? But even GH4, knight H4... Although GH4 just seems to be a little bit interesting also.
Your target is A6 pawn, yeah?
My idea was actually when I played H4 was knight H4, but it just looks interesting. Yeah, rook G1 is coming next after GH4.
Yeah, and this pawn on D4 beautifully nullifying the A7 bishop.
Yeah, and pawn on B5 is like black cannot bring the knight back because of the pawn on B5. It just feels that it's completely gone, no? So I guess if you don't play GH4, what do you do? Like G4 will just block everything for you. Yeah, I'll put knight on G5.
Yeah, G4 is the move you don't want to make because black wants open lines against white's king. But it seems like this is the only way for black to continue, which shows how dire Fabiano's position is in this present position. And I think King H1 and it's better for Duda. It's complex in the rapport ding game. F4, F6 played. It's complex and I think it can be anyone's game from here. All three results out there. And
for sure.
The Ali Reza game, knight F5 happened, rook F D1. Here, I think Hikaru might win this. I just don't like the way.
It seems to me like white is simply better for no reason. Like you can start doubling on the D file, maybe go C4. Let's say queen goes somewhere. First of all, where does the queen E6 here? Because queen E4 you can also queen E4. I was thinking to play rook A4, but maybe that just blunders this pawn on C2. So maybe even rook D3. Yeah, try to double the rooks like this, and also guard my pawn on C2.
Yeah, and protect the E3.
Yeah, that I was anyway not really worried about because this endgame I always thought that white will be better. So yeah, I'm pretty sure like Hikaru would be thinking to make these arrows also in his mind. Like he's making these arrows in his mind also. Yeah.
Yeah, so Hikaru is doing good, and I think that's our sum up at around the halfway point. An exciting phase of games coming up, guys. We are getting into the time trouble zone. Meanwhile, do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and we'll be back after a short break.
All right, thank you so much and good luck for tomorrow. All right, Dean. Thanks so much. That was a tough game and see you soon. See you soon.
Are you ready for your first pun of the day?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. So, it's not mine. Someone anonymous sent it. Okay.
Okay.
So, what is the favorite strategy of a person who has OCD?
Favorite tell me.
Double check.
Oh, look at you go. Look at you go. Oh, man.
It's not mine, though. I would have been very happy if it was mine, but yes. Shout out to the guy who made this pun.
That is adorable. And the chat loves it. They're happy. Your pun game is strong. Do you think you're a super GM when it comes to puns? What's your level?
I'm trying. I try. I'm like 1900.
Okay, that's pretty good.
I will make more puns throughout it, and then you rate me in the end. Rate my pun game.
Okay, I'll definitely give you a rating. Also, I'm being criticized for not taking a guess. I had no idea what you were going to say, so good on you.
Actually, it's better if you don't guess it. Then the punch is more powerful.
Well, see, there it is. I did the right thing, but I'm a little scared that you have puns.
Yeah, I'm just it's a lockdown. You have not much to do, so why not?
So have you been writing these puns yourself, like coming up with them?
Yeah, I mean, because of some comedian friends of mine, I got this habit of making puns. So now I'm completely digging it.
You're the commentary hero I didn't know I needed. This is what's happening. Not only do you have puns in store for me that you've actually put effort into, you're letting me know they're coming. I appreciate that.
But you're making decisions too quickly. It could also be that the puns are horrible. Who knows?
Well, they probably will. No, they probably will be horrible. I'm anticipating that, but I appreciate you letting me know in advance, because Danny, who I commentate with all the time, he just says pun after pun that it is terrible, but I have to roll my eyes because he didn't let me know it's coming at that specific moment.
Okay. One more pun.
I'm ready. What's the pun?
Okay, again, it's not mine. It's made by the comedian, in that show. But I'm sure you have not heard it, so it's just for you.
Okay.
So why is the light squared bishop so fast?
Because it moves at the speed of light?
No, because it's on F1.
Oh my gosh, I thought I had a good answer. I thought I had a little, punny response to your pun, but that's a good one.
That's why he's a comedian and I'm not.
And I like the chat saying, thanks for the pun warning, Vidit. I turned the volume down.
I think he's the same guy who said that he's going to leave the channel. I think it's the same guy.
Yeah, you just went full Michael Schumacher on me, and I don't know if I appreciate it. But your puns are good. They're gold. I'm happy to be the person that you bounce them off of.
And because I have really bad ones and I don't know what I'll miss next.
But can you just give me a pun?
it's again a well-known pun. I think it's pretty common.
Okay.
Okay. Why did no one apply at Capablanca's company? Because he had no opening.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that actually was kind of good. I like that one. I never heard it before. If I had heard it, I would have.
It's not mine. It's not mine. It's a friend of mine's.
So do you have any puns yourself, or are you just all recycled material?
You know, all my puns now will be from my friends. So if it's a bad one, they'll get the credit anyways.
So are the puns really, I mean, are the friends just you? Like you're pretending to be your own friend?
Yes, it's my virtual me,
Okay, I approve. So.
No, I'm kidding. It's really by a friend of mine.
You just have the best friends in the world.
Okay. So what is the favorite strategy of a person who has visited a bank for the first time?
Discover check, something check.
Yeah.
Nice. You led me to it.
Yeah.
I mean, you just are a man with limitless puns. I don't know how you do it, but you do it. So you got to do a pun now. Over 6K on.
Oh, okay. I did tell this pun in my own stream, but I'll go for it again, right?
Okay.
So, wait, what was it?
That's a great pun.
Okay. Okay. Why did Amazon hire Petrosian?
I'm stumped. Go.
Because he was good at exchanges.
Oh my gosh. Oh my, that one's bad. I'm sorry. That one is bad. Nope. I'm not here for that one. I loved your other puns. That one is a nope. Please, everybody, boo him in the chat.
Please, you go with. You come up with a pun.
Hey,
then we'll talk.
Look at the viewership just dropped after hearing that pun. I hope you're aware of that. So,
if Danny was here, he would really appreciate all the puns. I have a feeling.
But the thing is, I appreciate the puns. I really have enjoyed.
But you don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, that's
how it should be.
It's just I need to let you know that not all your puns are good, because if they're all good, that means none of them are good.
Yeah,
that's what I have.
And also, if it's all good, then you don't improve.
Right. So. And I know that you're working very hard to improve not just your chess game, but your pun game.
Sorry, I would like to take you both. So who's more comfortable waiting? Who's more?
Want to play rock, paper, scissors first? Alright, one, 1, 2, 3. Oh.
You're wrong.
Yeah, you cheated. It's right. Yeah.
Okay. H4. 1, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1. But now, okay.
Let's stream. Make it stream so everybody's used to it.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Does that mean I go first?
Yeah, you go first.
Hard. Great. Oh! Yeah.
I can guess.
Hey, we need at least 2 digits, man.
Yeah. 1.
9.
Wait.
You will think and make a move. How much? 11. How much?
17.
Out.
23. 24. One. How many ones? Out.
Oh, 24. So what is the target?
25. 26. That counts on now.
Okay, ready?
Okay, I start get out with the first ball. Lead.
4.
Oh, sorry. I kept this.
Okay. It's played.
Yeah.
Okay. 9. 11.
11 runs.
We won the match. No, Arvind.
Hey, start back.
11.
Come on, Arvind Anna.
11?
Divya, what's the target?
25.
I have no idea.
25 target.
Okay. 6.
So 17. Yeah, 17.
How do you feel? How do you feel?
Good, because he's not in this
No,
team.
like normal, nothing to be worried of. Just normal life.
Welcome back, everyone, to the chess.com India's broadcast of the 2022 FIDE candidates. And we are at round 10. And let's have a quick overview of what happened during that break. Let's bring on the boards. And
yeah, I mean, we predicted rook f8, yeah, in this Fabi's game, which happened. And now our move was h4. But there could be other moves as well. h4 just looked so much nicer to play, yeah, white. And in the game between Rapo versus Ding, he played f6.
Yeah, this rook f8 we did not predict.
Yes. Also, we sort of stopped after f6. Yeah, we didn't really go too deep into it.
Yep, we did not. And Rapo's getting seriously low on time object. He has only 19 minutes for 14 moves, and the position hasn't become any less crazier. Meanwhile, Ding is keeping up the tempo. And once again, to remind the viewers, Jan Nepo-Machine, the tournament leader, has made a draw against Teemu Rajabo and leads by 1.5 points right now. His nearest competitor, Fabiano Caruana, is with 5.5. He has played one game less so far, but this is the present position. It doesn't look good at all. And here we were discussing this move h4, after which it gets really difficult for black. If he takes g into h4, then we have either g into h4, opening up the g file, there's d4 pawn dominating the bishop on e7, or even knight into h4, because queen into f2 will be met by queen into e6 check, and white's pieces storm the open
also,
lines
even after
of
queen f2, you don't really threaten anything. Like, even next move, you cannot threaten anything, because the knights are doing wonderful job guarding the important square near the white's king.
Absolutely. It allows moves like knight f5. Meanwhile,
Can we quickly go to Hikaru's game? Maybe.
Yes,
Because
and Hikaru looks set in this game. He has this fantastic position, the strategic, everything playing out strategically well in Hikaru's game. And did he just make a move or did he ride the opponent's move?
He was just playing with the pen, I think.
But Aliris is also down on time. 26
yes,
minutes.
also down on time. I wanted to ask, have your opinion about this position? That so in Benoni, we're talking about some G4 moves. So would you actually consider G4 here also with white?
Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out because the logic is that white is better because of black's bad pawn structure. And part of the reason why it's strategically so bad for black is also because this bishop on g7 is blocked by its own pawns. Now, the way to solve this problem is by playing this move f5 and a move like g4 and control over the f5 square. It just kills this idea long term. And for this reason, it makes a lot of sense for white if he's able to control this f5 square, g4, knight h4, queen c2, whatever moves required, and shut off black's dreams of playing f5 forever. I think that would be pretty effective here.
Yeah, I like g4 move actually. So the first impression is that Hikaru is in total control. Yes.
Absolutely, Hikaru is in total control, and once again, Aliriza's play has been hard to explain.
Yeah,
hard to understand.
And, right. And talking about total control, Duda has played h4, but he initiated for d. Like he played d, and then h4. Makes sense. Makes again a lot of sense.
But aren't you opening up this bishop unnecessarily?
Yeah, but I don't think it matters so much here. It's very concrete because again, probably his idea is to go gh, then gh. And if not gh, let's say if g4, then once again, I think knight g5 is very strong. Or bar is just disappeared here.
Yeah.
And again, bishop f2, rook f1, the pin will be very strong. And in general, the position looks very, very bad for Fabi. I think Duda is going to score his first victory today.
Fabi's position looks bad, and his body language also doesn't paint a confident picture. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the interesting position is to look. I think is Ding's one because only that game is not entirely clear what is happening.
And a lot of action here, Abhijit. We left it here: f6, f4, f6. F into e5 was taken. D into e5. Knight g3, weakening the f6 pawn. Knight into g3, h into g3, rook f8. Black is a pawn up here, so he's just giving back the f6 pawn, and he wants to give it back in such a way that at the end of this all, this queen tries to come to the h5 point, and this bishop on e7 is protecting any possible escape by the white king. So Rapport defends it with queen f1. He wants to keep these bishops and not let this queen get to this point, but it looks very shaky for Rapport.
Oh, for sure. So queen d6 and queen f1 happened the last few points. But also, how do you play with white? Sorry, with black. It does look shaky. Also, the pawns are equal. I suddenly realized. I thought white was in.
Yeah, white sacrificed the pawn and he got back the f6 pawn.
Yeah, for some reason I was still under the impression that white is up a pawn rather than
Black took this pawn on c3 a long time ago. Pawn bishop 3. Both the sides taking.
Yeah. Have you read any books with the old notation where instead of e4 you say pk4?
Fisher's My 60 Memorable Games.
Oh, it was with older notation, huh?
Yeah, there was a copy of it with the older notation. I didn't spend a lot of time reading it, but once I was fascinated by it, and one of the copies I had, it had the older notation. So it was originally written in the descriptive notation. Later, it was adapted to the modern notation, the algebraic format.
So what is happening here? Do you take on d5? But But if you take on d5, then you sort of allow this knight to jump to e4 next.
True. And
also bishop e5, rook e1 was coming maybe. Not sure entirely whether it is the right approach. Yes, I thought so.
Bit risky to. Oh,
not this move though.
Rook f7.
Rook f7 first. Yeah. Quite risky actually. Yeah. So maybe not to take the pawn. But so let's say knight d5. What do we do? E d5, queen d5, and knight e4. Yeah, probably. Our initial.
Yeah, knight e4, or do you can also start with rook e1.
Rook e1, rook f7. Anyway.
This is a problem. You have to do knight e4. You might as well start with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's so easy to make a move that worsens your position by -2, -3.
Sure.
Yeah.
So what do we do actually? I mean, 95 is not the only move, but it's the most natural move. Yeah? Pick up the pawn. But yeah, this position is not at all easy to play for both the sides, I guess.
Yeah, but we have something 95 isn't a great practical move, I think, because it makes it easier for white. He has 18 minutes for 11 moves, so you want to try and set some difficult problems to solve here.
But what else can you play? I'm really struggling to make a move. Knight g6. What's the point of knight g6?
Knight f4.
Oh, okay.
But then you can just ignore it. But knight g6, I think I have a few pawns here. One is I'm just bringing in options like rook f7, bishop e6, rook f7. I'm just improving my knight. And apart from that,
maybe. Also h5, h4, yeah, and go directly going to h1.
Yeah.
S7, sorry. Yeah, 96 is a move. It's a good move actually. The more I think about it, the more I like the move.
Now you're feeling in love with it.
Yes, I was about to say the same. It's like, yeah, I like this move.
I like this one.
And they have to make how many moves? 11 moves, yeah? Dude, I mean, Rapo has to make 11 moves.
Yeah, Rapo has to make 11 moves.
Not good, not looking good for Rapo, I think.
But okay, Rapo has the best of the positions among those who are worse today.
And also, like, I would like to point out that that's why Ding is so strong, yeah? Like, even if he sniffs something, he just finds all the best moves, and now already you can see he's sort of outplaying Rapo with black pieces.
Yeah, and Nepo just running away with it. Yeah, 1.5 point lead. And once again, to show the people who are just joined in, Fabiano at the second place is really struggling here. G into h4, G into h4, the G file opened up, and it's only white who looks set to take advantage of it. Black opened up the G file, but it's actually white who's reaping the rewards of it. And it's actually plus 2.7, the evaluation of the engine, which it feels like in this position. It feels like it's plus 2.7. These pawns weaknesses, the knight coming to g5, a5 knight dominated by the queen, and black is just not getting anywhere. And I don't think last time we saw Fabi, he didn't look good at all.
Yeah. Also here, like, the fight play is so simple. Yeah, you just play rook g1, maybe you exchange one pair of rook, then you bring other rook again to g1, then to g5, and basically your hand can make these moves. Yeah, you don't have to think a lot about it.
Absolutely, you can just go for it. And the Hikaru Alireza game, not a lot has changed since we last left it, but Alireza has exactly 20 minutes for 20 more moves to make. And Abhijit, that's
not a good situation you are supposed to be in. No? Oh, he didn't play g4, he played h3 actually. Also a nice move. calm move.
Yeah, he's not making this forcing moves, It's just the practical side of Hikaru. He makes these moves and he's like, Alireza, you make your move. You do something.
D5 was played.
And Alireza does something which, again, worsens his position. And after B5, I don't think is there a trap seen to B5 knight D4? Is it the point? No, knight D4, you can take B into C6. Yeah, this is plus.
So just AB5, yeah. Like, I think this is not a good trade for white in general.
Yeah, it just wrecks white's pawn structure. And do you play knight D2 here?
Yeah, knight D2 was the first move that came to my mind actually here. Just to put all the pieces together, knight, you want to make this knight E4 jump at some point. And knight D2, it feels like the correct move, yeah? Like everything is together. Maybe you can also think about now queen G4.
And knight D2 if you play knight D6.
Ooh. What is going on?
Just queen G4 or just knight F1 maybe.
Yeah, maybe knight F1 also looks strong. Now knight coming to G3 and
yeah.
Also again the similar position like do does. Yeah, white's move are so simple to play. And not much to think. Hikaru comes to the board. How much time do you think he'll spend on this move, Hikaru? Will he finish this coffee or tea, whatever he has? He'll finish that and make a move? Or it will be still with
5 minutes. But Abhijit, if it was me and I'm in this situation, I would spend like 10-15 minutes. What about you?
But it's quite straightforward, no?
Yeah, but I think I would try and make sure I have everything under control.
I have another nice move for you. I think you will like this one. Maybe bishop c5 here. Just to control the knight even further.
Oh. Bishop c5 looks super strong. Bishop c5 is super strong. Wow.
Just to control the knight even further, yeah?
Yeah, it just dominates the knight and leaves black gasping for breath. I think it's like a punch in the lungs in white's black's position.
Yeah, I think next move queen e4 is coming in and slowly you'll start pushing this knight back, then you'll start putting your knight to f5. And yeah, just looks over, no?
Yeah, absolutely. Bishop c5.
I mean, I don't know, knight d2 looks more natural, but bishop c5 came to my mind if I had to make some other move, yeah.
Right.
But I would play quite quickly knight d2 and not play bishop c5 probably if I was in Hikaru's shoes.
Right.
Maybe you can switch. He played c5. This
c5.
Not
knight d4? Knight d4, what's happening?
Oh, knight d4. Just take, no? And knight f5. So knight d4. If queen d5, then knight f5.
Yeah, this is killing.
But I didn't like c5 on the general terms, you know? Like, you're sort of...
Computer calls it a
mistake.
Blunder.
Oh, it cannot be a blunder.
It's painting it in red.
Cannot be a blunder though. I mean, I can see why I would not make a5 because c5. I would actually play a5 for black here and just try to keep the position.
Not allow some b4.
b4. Oh, he does something else. He plays bishop f8.
But bishop f8, I just happily go b4, yeah?
Yeah, not even think about it twice. Oh, no, this is such a bad move.
Yeah. Alireza. What a game. Computer paints this also in red. But what a game in not the usual admiring way. This is a different what a game. And with c5 and b4, I think b4 I expect to see in the next 3 minutes.
Probably even quicker, yeah. because B4
Yeah,
is the move.
even quicker.
Oh,
These guys
B4
are fast, yeah.
I know. B4, I think he wants to play knight d4 maybe.
But same thing, no?
Yeah, but it's not like it'll be mate, yeah. Now I think I have to play. So knight d4 is more or less forced. And now.
Or
So
queen g4 check you start.
I don't think it matters so much.
Because knight f5. So
knight f5, queen c4 is also a possibility, yeah? Or queen e4.
Yeah, exactly. But this position with knight f5 just it just feels like winning.
Yeah. Also queen e6, you have rook d6, a very nice move to make.
Yeah, let's just show it out. Bishop into d6, queen g6.
Always. Let's always show mate in ones, yeah? This is why we are here for.
Yeah.
This should be our primary job to show all mate in one.
True. Once again,
nice.
Compensating a bit for it.
And do you think Hikaru will get the W today? W?
The W? The win?
Yeah.
I think so. I'm pretty sure about it actually. Somehow I find that Alireza, I think he plays a bit weaker against Hikaru and Magnus. Or maybe it's just that they have figured out Alireza after playing so many games with him.
Could be.
They just understand him better. Alireza is not an easy player to understand either, I think. His moves are so different from your conventional grandmaster. And he creates chances in an amazingly nice way. But yeah, I think some Hikaru and Magnus, they understand him better than most of the people.
Right. And I mean, it's also the fact that they are also one of the best players in the world. Yeah, so it's quite normal to struggle against people like them.
True, and Hikaru's doing very fine here. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana, who is trailing the leader right now, 1.5 points behind, is in a world of trouble, Abhijit. Bishop c5 has just played, but he has only 18 minutes for 15 more moves to make. So that's hardly 1 minute per move, just a bit more than 1 minute per move. And after Bishop c5, do you already move in with knight g5?
No, rook g1. No, like I was a simple plan. Rook g1, then takes everything. Rook g5. True.
Very simple.
And again, the game was lost because of this knight on a5. Or if it's lost, it's because of the knight on a5.
Right.
I mean, if you
could
put this knight all the way to...
no?
Yeah, you could. But I just felt like here I have to calculate sometimes. There I just play with my hands. So this... Yeah, also I don't see a move. Like after knight g5, what do I do? But for some reason, rook g1 is, like, for me, it's more natural than knight g5. Also, you have played gh4, gh4 previous move, so...
True. Makes sense. Chat, what would you go for? Rook g1 or knight g5 here? Or none of the above? Meanwhile, once again, do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. So when our guest comes in, we look better. And until then, you're our guest. So feel free to write your questions as well. We can make it as interactive as you want it to be. And again, this is the overview. The Rapport Ding game. I think it's the only game where we are not.
But I think Ding is taking his
sure.
sweet time. So let us.
Yeah, Ding hasn't played a move in a long time. Supercom wants to go rook g1. Traveling Dock also rook g1. Nepo drew his game, so he's at 7, sitting handsome and pretty. 7 out of 10 on top, well above everyone else. And Hikaru also hasn't made a move yet in his game. A lot of also in the chat.
Also, Jan got some chance also today, but probably, I mean, it makes sense also what he did. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense considering also the position Fabi finds himself in right now.
True. Exactly. I think Jan has a strategy pretty much cut out.
And here's one Rook G1. We have Rook G1.
And things also went Jan's way, yeah? I think it's a combination of both. Sometimes you have a strategy and then things just go your way. And sometimes you do the same thing and then nothing goes your way.
Yeah, I feel there should be some luck. Some luck is always involved. That you should be a little bit lucky to win any sort of event. You cannot just play the best chess and you cannot be, well prepared, and it would be still be possible that you would not win the event. You would still come second. So yeah, like here, everything is running well for Jan. Yeah, like he's getting good positions, he's getting a lot of chances. His opponents are playing weaker than they usually are, and the position like the game before with Fabi, like he had to say one position, one bad position, and usually Fabi is the one who does not take this kind of decisions with Bishop F5 to sort of directly go into some sort of a position where he's up a pawn, but he is clarifying the situation. Normally, he's not the guy who does that, and he did that against you. So it sort of feels like this is Jan's tournament now.
Yeah, and also the pressure really affects everyone and brings out suboptimal decisions. Everyone, every single person. Under enough pressure, people just make mistakes. Yeah, which also happened to Jan in the previous World Championship match. But Magnus also made quite a few mistakes.
Yeah. So here in this position, what do you play as black? I don't see a move. Like King H8 is one move, but it doesn't really do anything.
Well, it's not a pleasant situation to
be in, yeah.
Yeah. I think you just have to go. So the threat is Rook G7 and Rook G1, yeah? And I think you have to go King H8 because Rook G7, Queen G7.
Yeah, but King H8 anyway, Rook G7, yeah?
Queen. You just take on E6?
I can take on E6. I can bring Rook G1, Rook G5 also. Like, just too many options, like, and all of them just wins.
Yeah, I think we should just let Fabiano figure out this one. Meanwhile, there's a question in the chat: when will the women's candidates happen? We don't know the dates and location yet. In fact, even the format is not totally clear. It was announced as a knockout format. The news came in just today. Although I'm not sure if all the players are happy with it. I read reports that Kosteniuk was not quite happy with the format. And
oh, by the way, just to interrupt you, Srinath, we have B4, knight D4 on the board of Karu versus Firuja.
Wow, knight D4 is it's kind of like desperate.
Yeah, I can also play knight D4, Queen D5, just knight B5, yeah. And maybe just put knight to D6.
Greedy VD.
Yeah, also feels like quite a good advantage. And combining with knight D6, CD6, and with Queen G4, all these ideas. Maybe Queen G4 first, yeah, because you can play Queen D7.
You mean?
Yeah, after CD6. Okay, this is fine.
I got it.
Yeah. And now maybe knight D6, and if you take, I'll take. D7 is coming fast. D7, yeah, simply, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe first D7. It was the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, almost the same thing.
And then Bishop H6. Or else.
Oh, Rook G8.
Rook G8. GG. GG. I mean, we can even lose this position in the white pieces.
I know. Story of how Blitz games go. No, maybe this knight b5 direction itself is unnecessary.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, I mean, this Queen G4, Knight F5 looks quite simple enough.
Queen G4 and Knight F5.
And let's say if I go Queen C4, you what do you do?
Can I just even take this and play some rook d7? Or this is
Yeah. Maybe king g8 simply, yeah? There.
yeah, this king g8 and then you start coming after the pawns.
So what do? Like you have to find a way in this position to actually play this knight f5 move.
Queen
Right?
h5?
But it doesn't really do something. No, I can play rook d8.
Can I just ignore this and just play rook d7? Okay, I'm not making moves in it.
So one thing is clear. I think you should keep queens, yeah? But how to keep queens? I think queen f3 is... Makes sense. You're threatening knight d6. Queen f6 is a big threat after that. Oh, you cannot stop knight d6 now. Because even if queen e6, you can go knight d6. And you pick up the exchange. Or if you play bishop d6, then simply rook d6 should be very bad, yeah?
Absolutely. And if queen b4?
Queen b4, I was thinking knight d6 I could play.
Let's just show how this finishes. Because I haven't figured out. Just cd6 and bishop h6.
Yeah, at least cd6. Yeah. Nothing else.
Yep. cd6 and Hikaru's winning. And with that, we have Grandmaster Raunak Sadhwani joining us. Raunak, it must be feeling good to see Hikaru's position here.
Yes, absolutely.
Mixed emotions today. Yeah? On one hand, you have Hikaru having this position. He's just taken knight into d4, expecting knight f5. On the other hand, Fabi having a shabby position.
Probably a lost position.
Yeah. Were you a bit surprised by how ambitious Fabi was today?
Yeah, but the problem is I don't think this opening was a great choice. Yeah? White always has something. Like,
moral of the story, don't go into this FIDE 6 stuff.
Yeah, they are not so simple to play.
Right.
But I don't know what he was expecting. Was he trying to fight it out or something? I don't know. In that case, e4, c5 was more likely, I thought.
Yeah, his usual Sveshnikov would have been quite good, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. It gives sharp position you can play.
I mean, here he's lost without any fight, yeah.
Yeah. This knight on a5 just never comes.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like too hesitant to put this knight on a5 in the first place. I was like, at least let's go knight d8 at least. Just to have this knight somewhere to win the game.
Yeah.
And this is how you would finish, yeah? And you can finish in many ways, I guess. With white.
Knight g5 looks one. Even maybe queen e2 wins. No, queen e2 will allow some knight b3.
But even that should win, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, everything should be winning completely. Yeah, knight g5.
Yeah, but knight g5 looks simple. He went for it. Knight g5 and then maybe you can just double and then go with the finishing blow.
White just doesn't have anything. Sorry, black.
Yeah, black just doesn't have anything. So I think this is going to be the next game to end. And do you think 10 o'clock, 10:15? What's the end time?
Before that, this time control for sure.
But I feel this game will go long, like Rapport-Ding.
Yeah, Rapport-Ding is the most interesting game, I think, here. Because we can't predict the result.
11 moves, yeah. Ding has to make 11 moves in 25 minutes, fairly simple.
He has been thinking for about 20 minutes, I think, on this move.
Almost half an hour, actually, yeah.
Maybe
yeah.
More, yeah.
Yeah, 28 minutes. He spent 28 minutes here. While the other games are moving a bit faster. But this is the overview. This is what has happened. And how was your title Tuesday yesterday?
Man, why are you asking that? I was leading after the 8th round at 7.
I saw that you outplayed Wesley So.
Yeah, but then just one trick I fell into and it was a draw.
Yeah, repetition. I saw that.
Even in the last game in the late title Tuesday, if I win the tournament, like for sure.
You played in the late title Tuesday. Wow.
That's where I had the 7.5 out of 8.
Oh wow. So you played till 4:30 yesterday.
Yeah, like I was half asleep, so I was listening to some songs, not even playing seriously. And then that's when I played better.
Hikaru style.
Yeah. Like I think without music, I would have slept while playing.
But that must have been very difficult, no? Staying awake at 4:30 and playing chess.
Yeah, but somehow I was playing really good. So last game, if I would have even made a draw, I was second. But then the position went out of.
Oh, Bishop F7 check. Beauty.
You know, I also have a story about this late title Tuesday. You know.
Yeah.
I was also like dead sleepy. I didn't want to. I mean, I was not like very serious. Also, I was just playing randomly, and that is where when I was also bleeding.
Yeah, this works actually at times. So World Blitz, I should go sleepy. I think don't sleep whole night and play.
Yeah, and I think it works great when you.
I was 7.5 out of 8, I think, in that, but after that, I just lost a lot of games.
Yeah. It's not.
It works great when you trust your intuition, but it lets you down at this critical moment.
No, but let's say the last game starts at like 4:15. Yeah, already by that time it's too much. Yeah, at least till 3:34 maximum you can manage, but last games you just can't.
Yeah, exactly. At some point, I think it just becomes too much. There's like 1 point.
And previously it used to be at like 3:30. Still I've played and I think I came second once. But yeah, it's luck.
Bishop F7 check, King D7 on the board. What's going on here?
So Rook has to move somewhere. Yeah?
Let's say Rook B1 I would play, like Knight B3 I want. Okay, brilliant.
I'm not saying
it's not trivial. It's not trivial, yeah. Maybe Rook C2 and if Knight B3, Rook F2.
Rook B1 made the most sense because B4 was hanging.
Exactly.
And the Rook was attacked.
But Rook C2, yeah?
Yeah, Rook C2.
So then you have to go Rook B1 maybe.
Yeah, maybe directly Rook D1.
Yeah.
But then Queen into B4?
Knight B3, do you really care about this pawn?
It's a tough question for White to play. I think we can conclude that.
For Black as well, but he goes Rook.
Well, King on D7 is quite safe, no? In that sense.
King on?
He played Rook D1. King on D7 is quite safe. Like it feels like.
Yeah, it's I think definitely safer than this King on H1.
Yeah. Hikaru has played Knight F5. Which game will finish first? What do you think, Ronak? Out of these three?
Win Fabi game, definitely. I think Nepo did the right thing today. Just play it out very safe.
Yeah.
He's adopting the Ronak rapid chess strategy.
Yeah, which works most of the times. Yeah. Apart from one time, it always worked.
Play fast and solid, huh?
Yeah.
No, win the first few games and then make draws.
Yeah, win first 4 games and make all the draws.
And you know, in this rapid chess championship, sometimes these games end without making a move.
What?
Draw before making the first move.
Or it's the famous Berlin draw.
Yeah.
I think +4 there usually guarantees a spot, so it's safe.
So is Nepo thinking.
Yeah.
+4 guarantees a spot.
Sure.
The first spot.
What is going on here? I can also play Rook C2 now, yeah? Like even if I don't take
I was actually thinking about this. Why allow this Knight B?
Oh, he has done Rook C2.
Yeah. Most natural move, I think.
Yeah. Maybe bishop b3, yeah? Just to kick it out.
b2.
Bishop e7, I guess.
Queen e7.
Some checks, yeah.
No, God.
Once again, we started. Maybe just rook c1, yeah, just and then all this.
Bishop e7 and queen f5.
But okay,
Yeah.
rook d2, bishop e7, yeah, just king e and queen f7 is there. That's that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
King d8, queen g8.
Yeah.
King e7.
Because if you take rook c8 directly, black might have rook f2. Still, it's lost, but okay.
Yeah. I think we should put it on the board because say it does rook f2, so queen f7, queen g8. Oh, you can also take rook into c8. d1 is covered. All these moves win. So bishop b3, you have to go back rook c7.
So then rook c2 doesn't make a lot of sense, yeah?
No,
but
queen
he has
e4 is natural.
Or rook c6. Okay, so you have to go rook c7.
And why not this? I think no. I think you can simply play with white. I think bishop h4, queen f7.
Yeah.
Bishop b3 on the board.
Yeah, I don't like what Ding has done.
Now he has to find rook c7 for no reason.
Yeah.
This is just so crazy.
No, I don't want it to end like rook c7, bishop f7, rook c2, bishop b3.
No. I don't think. I don't expect Rapport to first of all play bishop f7.
Also, I don't expect Ding to again play rook c2.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
This game, I think they're both fighting for it. Although it's not easy to find a useful
bishop
move for
h4.
white
Let's
here.
say if I go bishop h4. No. You have to be careful. No?
Yeah, bishop h4. Now again, the question is what black plays.
Yeah, not sure.
Yeah.
Queen b4.
Now the king is getting really vulnerable here. Can we go king c6, king d7? Just hide it there.
Yeah, makes sense.
Rook c1.
Rook c7. Yeah, he has gone rook c7.
King b7.
But why
I mean,
is
if
this equal? Like, I don't know.
Feels black is a little bit better, no? If
Exactly.
I can sustain.
Yeah. These g2, g3 pawns are weak. King is cut. b4 pawn is weak. Black has an outside passed pawn in some endgames. Why is it equal?
Because computer has said so.
I take this.
Queen
Okay.
b7.
Bishop d5.
King b8.
Knight b3.
Yeah, equal.
I think you just take on b4, yeah, after taking. And then.
Practically not so equal.
Yeah, practically black is doing quite well, yeah.
I would choose black here rather than white.
Yeah, for sure.
Feels so hard to make moves with white.
That's true. Just go bishop f7, let Ting think. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
And what is happening in Hikaru's board? Like,
we
just winning,
have quite a few moves in Hikaru's board.
Yeah.
So we were here. Knight into d4, queen into d5, knight f5, queen e4, and now queen h5.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah? Queen h5.
Yeah, he didn't insert this queen g4 check. He went queen h5 directly.
Some rook d7.
Yeah, so Alireza went rook d8.
Exactly, makes sense.
And you don't want to trade the rooks, no?
I'm not sure if I can. Maybe I can also give a mate. I can play takes and rook bishop h6 here. Although,
But you can also play rook c1 if you don't want to exchange. So you have a choice.
But this seems to be just over, no?
Yeah, it looks super dangerous.
Yeah, I just don't see how to defend it.
Yeah, I don't see a move.
Queen e1, queen d1, f3.
Yeah. And then queen g4.
Also queen h4, yeah?
Yeah.
Many move.
It is the most ideal position for Srinath as black. Whatever you play loose, you cannot make a blunder.
Actually, you can. I can make the plus 2.8 plus 8.2.
Doesn't really matter, no? Both are winning.
I just take this.
Bishop h6.
Doubled it.
Oh, sorry, bishop f8. What do you want? Oh,
Why you stop this mate?
No, the important thing is d1 square was covered. Yeah, otherwise there.
Yeah, rook d1, and then you could have taken bishop h6. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if king f8, what? God, no. This lost.
This lost for white.
Yeah. Wow. Brilliant.
Amazing. We are so good at chess.
Then what's the move?
I have no idea. Go back. No, f4,
f4 works, yeah. Wow.
It works barely, but it does.
No trust in me.
Queen e1, queen d1, just queen h4, yeah. Yeah.
Now quickly you are making moves, huh? Sheena not waiting for the pawn.
Yeah. Rook a1. He plays rook a1. I think very logical.
Yeah, why would you exchange rooks?
Yeah. Also now this rook can come, from a3 if he wants.
Yeah. Also a6 is attacked first of all. He has to defend that.
Crushing win. Chat, predict the title of Hikaru's review today. Go for it.
Game recap, yeah.
And the exact correct prediction will get a diamond membership.
Exact one.
Yeah, the exact correct guess of Hikaru's game review, what it's going to be, will get a diamond.
And that's how you make a comeback.
Huh? That's how you make a comeback. That's a good one.
But I think he already did that.
But he's very good with winning. Yeah, let's say after he loses one game, then he wins the next one. Even in Grand Prix, this was happening.
Yeah, but today it was just totally unnecessary, this G into f6 by Ali Reza.
Yeah, but that's how you can win. Yeah, if your opponent is playing good moves.
But do you think? It's a difficult question to answer. But I was just wondering: do you think people of this generation, chess players, they try to create more things? They try to be more proactive, rather than just sitting solid.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. It depends.
Or do you think it's an age thing? That people are like this when they're young, when they're under 20, and then when they get to
do you know
30s.
a boy called Nihal Sari? Is he from which generation? He's
Well, exceptions do occur. Peter Liko was also once young.
I'm just saying, I think it basically differs from person to person, I guess. Like I can see Arjun, he's like he's creating so many chances.
Yeah.
Be it for the good or for the bad, but he does that. But let's say Nihal, or even in that case, even in Ronak's game, I feel like they are more sort of a solid kind of a players who just take mobile.
With Ranak, I think it really depends on the situation. He plays, I think, according to the situation. Meanwhile, guys, knight c4 happened here. Game has opened.
What?
Up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is what I wanted to see.
Knight. Oh, this was completely unexpected.
Spectators are happy.
So now this bishop is coming from a4.
Yeah, how can you play actually? What's the move? Not easy to make a move.
This is beautiful, no? Knight c4.
But why not easy to make a move?
At first, I thought queen e6, but the problem is bishop a4.
So rook c6?
Okay, but then this you have to calculate. Like you cannot make...
but not much to calculate. Yeah, I'm removing the king on the...
Yeah, I think queen e6...
This bishop is staying solid.
Like queen e6, you have to play avoid c5, and then I think, yeah, if you think prophylactically, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, queen into b4 is not possible because of bishop into e5, which is why you have to also keep the e5 pawn under control. Just waiting for the chat to see the effect. Queen e6 is only move.
Imagine from here if they had to play like 15 moves, let's say, it would be real nightmare for both sides, especially for Rapper with 8 minutes.
Yeah, but I love this move knight c4.
Creative.
He's not making it easy for him.
I don't know, but queen e6 looks simple enough, not very difficult to figure it out.
Yeah, but compared to the question we were looking at, where this was the case, I think this knight c4 really makes things easier for it, no? Queen e6, bishop a4,
for sure. But probably queen e6 could be the only move also in the position.
Yeah, seems so. And now takes. You take with
takes. I think you take with the knight or
b5.
Yeah, b5. Just move the knight. I don't want to say
that.
Then I don't want to see the bar. Okay, maybe knight e7.
Hey, YouTube, this win is a juicer. Knight where?
e7, not a5.
In the other game, the game was lost because of the knight on a5. Yeah?
Here, c5 is what bothering, but
you can
it's
take.
Interesting how most of the guesses start with dear YouTube.
You can take, take on b5, go knight c6 again.
Yeah, just block everything.
Yeah, and eventually your pieces will come out.
Yeah, not an easy position to play still. Yeah,
I feel it's still white who is under pressure. No, like it feels like
he went rook c6.
Probably the same idea.
Bishop a4, but now do you have to play queen e6?
Maybe you start with c5 to have some more ideas.
No, queen f6 is hanging. Yeah?
Oh shit! Sorry. Yeah.
We are not. I mean, at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, Ronak's mind is like completely fresh. Yeah, not at 10.
Yeah.
It's a bit early.
Bit early.
But today I'm extremely tired. Yesterday I played 22 games.
Yeah.
22 blitz game.
Yeah, it's like playing one whole world blitz in one day.
True.
King c7.
Yeah, bishop a4, king c7. Also makes a lot of sense. I like this better than queen e6, to be honest.
Yeah, mate.
It's more forcing, yeah.
It's also simpler to calculate. Bishop c6, knight c6. Yeah. Then b5.
Let's go to this Hikaru's game because I feel Alireza might resign any moment.
B5 played, yeah. Sure.
Oh, bishop h6 on the board. This is what we had seen, no?
No, that was rook d8, rook d8.
Yeah? Bishop h6, yeah. But here any move, rook a3 is coming.
The idea,
this is
the concept. And now rook a3 is also coming. Is this what you also said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, it would be very interesting if Hikaru finishes second in the candidates, because then Magnus would be in a massive dilemma.
He will be second, yeah. He will be second.
Yeah, now he'll join.
After this.
Yes.
Oh, really? Yeah.
But if it is actually Nepo first and Hikaru second, then Magnus, if he doesn't play the world championship, then he has to see either Nepo or Hikaru become the world champion. And that would put him in a big fix.
Yeah, it's a bit strange, yeah, the feeling.
Very strange. Giving up something like that.
By the way, I saw a very nice mate. Like, for example, king h8, rook a3. Just the line I'll tell. Queen b4. Don't check it with bar. Rook g3.
If we don't check it with the bar comes in front of us.
Queen e1, king h2, rook d1, rook g8.
Oh.
King g8, queen g4, and bishop g7.
Nice.
Okay, it is correct so far, but we didn't give him time.
I did it intentionally.
It reminds me of one of my games against Ivanchuk when I played rook g8.
Yeah, I remember. I love man, yeah?
In Gibraltar.
Yeah,
did you made him like this?
No, I won some pieces. But I gave rook g8 like this on empty square. Yeah.
Nice.
It is there in some book. I don't remember which book.
Spectacular sacrifices.
But I hope it's correct. It is, yeah?
It seems
rook a3 played. Rook a3 on the board.
Will put
king h8, rook a3. Do you think his title would be, how streaming helped me to win today?
I don't think so.
No.
That doesn't feel like a video title. It has to be clickbaity. It's very important, even for Hikaru. Your video title is like choosing your openings. It has to be on spot.
What a question. Yeah, dear YouTube will be there. So first 2 words, I'm sure. Then what?
Dear YouTube, how to crush at 2800.
But not anymore at 2800. So
yeah, and especially after this event.
Yeah. But if Naka, let's say, wins and Fabi loses, then still they're on equal points. Yeah.
Dear YouTube, I am second. I'm in second something.
Yeah.
But still long way to trail. I mean, they're trailing 1.5 points. Yeah.
No, I think Nepo has got this.
Tomorrow, Alireza
gets schooled by Hikaru.
Only 4 games and 1.5.
Again.
Too much.
So there is a YouTube video with the title Hikaru got schooled by Alireza. So maybe it will be Alireza got schooled by Hikaru.
Who posted this video?
Hikaru.
Hikaru himself.
It's over. It's over. Resignation incoming.
Yeah.
1.5 minutes for 12 moves. I think we should just have the full face camera. We are going to see some action. One way or another.
What a nightmare for Firuza this tournament.
But you did win yesterday.
No jacket on this time though.
Yeah.
I like Hikaru's expressions now.
You know why Hikaru is winning today or he will win today?
Blue.
Yes. The lucky shot is back.
But it helps actually when you are not having a great tournament and you play Blitz tournament. I think it helps.
Is he going to flag himself and claim that he got flagged by Hikaru?
So I think we might see the line.
And now it is made in 11.
Yeah, I think the line
in
might come.
Yeah, I think this will be a good. This will be. We can wait for this to end.
Someone in the chat says TT while playing TT. Hikaru said too much classical is not good for health. I agree.
What do you think of that, Ronak?
I agree.
What, too much classical chess is not good for health?
Yeah.
Then too much bullet is good for health.
That's relaxation only. No, classical is too intense.
But what is your favorite format?
Sorry?
What is your favorite format?
Blitz, I would say.
OTB, online?
Both, but OTB I enjoy more. But online is also a lot of fun.
And Hikaru about to make his move. With these people like Hikaru and Jan Nepo, we don't need to wait so long for their finish, their winning move. He's just making sure this Rook G3, Rook G8 works.
He's looking for going for Bishop F8.
But why Bishop F8? Just Rook G3, it's forcing, man.
But also, why not? Yeah? Bishop F8, Rook F8, Queen H6.
Such a good position, whatever. You can even flag your opponent.
Yeah. How many moves he has to make? 12 moves he has to make in 46
seconds.
So, Srinath, how many seconds per move?
4.6 seconds per move. No, actually, it's 12. So, 46 by 12 is
less than 4
something.
Seconds. Yeah. No,
he took it. He took it. And for those who had just joined us, Nepo is in the lead. He made a quick draw, 7 out of 10. And with this win, Hikaru is set to go to number 2 because Fabiano is completely losing. And chat, meanwhile, do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, so more people can tune into this broadcast. And now we are right there at the finish. Queen H6 played. Queen H6 played by white.
Fabi might have some chances now. Hikaru just Duda just blew up everything, I think.
We'll go right into that as we are about to see finish here.
Sure.
As soon as this finishes, we'll swing right into the all-important Fabi's game.
I think we spoke too soon.
This is over, yeah? This is over, no?
Yep. 14 seconds. He can't even play 10 moves actually now.
No,
Ronak was right.
I want Hikaru to give his queen for free and flag him.
Look at him looking at the clock with the corner of his eye.
So now he should just...
Oh, any move, yeah? Just Queen G7 also.
Yeah, Queen G7.
What a troll, yeah?
Yeah. And Hikaru winning yet another game. Fantastic win by Hikaru. Once again, feel free to guess Hikaru's title for his game review today. And who knows? We came up with several guesses, but it has to be exact. There is a condition.
And no words exchanged between these two, yeah? After the game.
I think this generation, once again... Okay, I'm just generalizing too much.
You have something against this generation. That's what I have this week. Or maybe this generation has something against you. Srinath, what which way you would put it?
Everyone comes and trolls him. What can he do?
That's not specific to any generation.
That is for every generation, not to this generation only. But 6 moves he has to make in under 3 minutes.
Again, but it has really changed, no? I mean, there used to be a concept of analyzing your game with the opponent. It used to be such a normal thing. Now, even in classical round-robin tournaments, people just want to go and check with the computer first and start preparing for the next game.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I was checking. Yeah, especially after a bad day. Go on, Ronak.
After losing, you don't feel like talking to anyone for at least half an hour. You might talk to your opponent, but it won't be like, I mean, you'll be still frustrated with yourself.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but I think in the 90s it was just such a culture and tradition to just analyze your game with the opponent, no matter what.
No, I feel
More
that
than-
even next decade also. Like
Yeah, before computers became so prevalent.
also I think that too much respect for their opponent. Now it has dropped.
because of computers, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think Hikaru's recap will come sooner than our stream ends?
No.
No, but sometimes it happened. Like it already happened once.
Yeah, it's not
I
impossible.
think it depends on how long the rapport ding game goes. Having said that, what happened in the Caruana game? Why did we get so excited?
Knight, okay, like he had like so much advantage, and now the bar says only +1 from +6.
So this was here, yeah?
Yeah.
And
but also I did knight g5 was good, but for me, easier was probably just rook g7 and rook g1, rook g5 and pick up everything.
Computer shows this point where
See, now the problem is what Fabi played. Yeah, knight b7 and knight is at least coming back. It's not dead forever.
Is there a finish here?
Knight
+5 here.
96. What's wrong with?
Yeah, 96 looks over, no?
Yeah, looks winning at least.
Yeah, 96 was killing. I think this was a critical point.
But I think his problem is
how it is rook g3.
Yeah.
How it is? Yeah.
Rook g3, rook g3, rook g8. Now some more has to be found. I wonder what. If it was title Tuesday, I would just go queen f3 and somehow say I'll win this game. But I don't know.
Yeah, actually, why not
What?
queen f3? Queen is coming to f6 now.
But rook g3, it's
Queen f6 check.
King
And
g8.
then
F.
Okay, engine agrees. I'm happy. Queen f7. And
Queen
d8 or queen g5. One of this.
queen d8, yeah.
Queen d8, bishop f8. Okay, come on. This has to be lost. Like queen g5 even.
Yeah.
Queen g5, pick up e5.
Pick up everything. E5.
Bishop.
But yeah, it was not a one move win. At least we can be sure of that. What's
Yeah.
happening in the present position? Knight h7.
Oh, knight h7.
Look at this. Look at this move. Knight
That is a
h7.
beautiful move. And immediately responded rook f g6.
I think it's just forced. You don't have a choice.
Yeah. But what is this move actually? What does it do? Or is it just a fancy move?
I don't know. Computer is showing it in blue. Brilliant.
Maybe knight f6 he wants? Is that the point?
But rook g3, no? Simply.
That's what. Yeah, no, that's not the point. What's the
Not
point?
sure.
I have this
Not sure
feeling
what
that
to
he
do
has
on this.
completely spoiled it. Yeah. Now knight c5 is coming, and all of a sudden,
I mean, if comp says you go knight g5 back, then I don't understand the logic.
comp is saying knight g5.
No, if he says.
Knight g5, knight c5.
Exactly. Yeah, there's no point in. What is the point then?
So sometimes when you just don't get a win, it becomes very hard to find your first win. I think that's what happened to Duda
I
today.
think I know what is happening. Like rook g6, then knight f6 and rook g6. So he'll win the e6 pawn in the end.
But even that is not very clear. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Like knight c5 in the end.
so rook g6, knight g5 threatening queen f3 then. Something like this has to be there. I don't know.
But you don't play knight h7 just like
Yeah,
that.
this is the one.
If you're coming back, okay. I mean,
No, but you
Makes
exchange
sense.
one defender. That's the point, I think.
with one attacker.
Yeah, that logic, yes.
But
I mean, you can
make way
rationalize
for queen
however you
f3.
want. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this
I mean,
is
you
the
can-
point. You make way for queen f3 and
Let's say rook f6. Yeah, Srinath, play a move.
touch piece.
Maybe Just play positionally. Knight f1, knight g3.
It's something like.
No, I like this. I like this knight f1, knight g3.
But knight c5.
Like inner with it, yeah. I like it.
And now queen e8. Okay, yeah, I don't like it.
Maybe queen g6.
Yeah.
Maybe queen g6. Yeah. Or knight d3 maybe even.
Knight d3 also, yeah.
Knight d3 was what I was thinking.
Yeah. Yes, correct.
Also, Duda does not have too much time, you know. He also has only 6 minutes. Oh my God! Look at the anguish in his face right now.
What have I done?
No, Fabi feels now that he has some chances.
But Fabi still has to play pretty fast. But he's been comfortable doing that. Yeah, he's been able to shift when.
No, last move he thought for almost a minute.
Okay, so my prediction was wrong. Yeah, I said Duda will win before Naka.
The game is already over.
And this doesn't seem even close.
But I think you'll be pleased with what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, very.
Nepo will not be.
He won't really mind it that much, but yeah.
You know what if
1.5 point lead is like so pleasant, no?
1.5 is not such a big deal, no?
I think it is because if it's 1 and
yeah, especially Fabi can strike, yeah. That's the thing.
Yeah, and also there's a tie break now, yeah. So you can't even claim like, oh, I have.
I was about to ask this. Do you think there will be a tie break?
No.
So
I actually thought there would
and knight g5, yeah. Just probably by method of elimination, he will find the right one.
Yeah.
So 1.5 minutes to make 3 moves. 30 seconds per move, yeah. Srinath?
Yeah, 30 seconds per move, exactly. Precisely.
Too much time.
Knight g5 was played. Yeah, it's also not easy for black to play, yeah.
No, but rook f6 you can find, yeah. Again, you see queen f3 is a threat.
Yeah, it's very easy, no? Just intuitive.
Yeah, he's gone for it.
And Duda is not happy seeing this move.
And now I feel Fabi will hold this.
Now it's actually
can I play f4?
Oh.
Insisting on queen f3. If rook takes f4, then simply knight e6, I guess.
I missed f.
This is strong. This is strong.
Will he find it though?
No.
He can.
No
I think he can find.
No chance.
It's not impossible, actually.
Yeah. Duda is very.
And ef4, what's the point? Just knight f3.
I wanted to. No. I wanted to go actually queen f3.
You
mean this is the point, no?
E5 is coming.
Okay.
Rook h6, e5. This is important.
Or the other way around, e5, bishop e5, queen f3.
Yeah. Duda is what? Under 4 minutes. I don't think he sees f4. If he sees f4, then he will be very happy. He doesn't look happy.
It's quite a bit of time, I think.
So but he doesn't look happy.
Yeah. Maybe then black should have started with queen e8, yeah? But f4 is like so difficult to see with 1.5 minute.
No, even like if you have more time.
Oh.
He's gone for it. He's gone for it. Wow. And now I think he's won this.
Yeah.
I thought he would find this. He's very good at these kind of things, but okay. Who knows? Who can predict?
Again, it's lost.
Oh, lost again.
It's cruel, yeah. People are just doing this to Fabi. They're just giving him this hope and then snatching it away.
Knight c5.
Fe5?
Bishop e5.
Knight g5.
Knight f3, yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
GG. Yeah, GG.
Yeah, looks like.
You can play maybe queen 8, knight e5, knight e4.
Okay.
But
candidates, yeah.
Still has to find it. But I think we should again have the full camera view for Duda's move.
Oh, can we have this 4 camera thing? With four with four
faces.
Four different angles, yes.
Yeah, either way works. Avish is not happy with the Nepo.
Oh, it does happen. FE5, Bishop E5.
It was
he has to take Bishop.
It was also 40th move. Yeah.
Yeah. So over.
Duda hurries to the washroom. Fabi also sees Bishop E5 Knight F3 is over. So,
do you think they'll meet at the washroom after this?
He takes.
Or you think Fabi will sit here for a while?
Yeah, I think Fabi will sit and try to find some way. Hope is a good thing.
So now only 4 games remain. It's still tight, yeah.
Let's go to Ding's game, yeah? Oh, they've also made the time control.
Yeah.
They will sit for longer for sure.
Ding's game is super interesting, but I think that will go for
this is just over, yeah? Knight F3 and GG's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too much material.
This is
someone in the chat.
for Fabi.
Hikaru's title could be like Dear YouTube Underdog Strikes Back.
Please, I can't imagine Hikaru thinking of himself as an underdog. Or
exactly.
He's not an underdog for sure.
True.
What do you think, Raunak? How long do you think this game is going to go?
Which game?
Oh, now we have this.
This game, yeah?
Yeah. Do you think he'll continue after Knight F3? I think Duda will think for a minute or two, play Knight F3.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he'll resign after like 3, 4 moves. Yeah.
I think he'll resign instantly.
He might try some queenie at Knight E4, but it's just dead last.
Yeah, maybe.
There's no chance.
Yeah, I mean, he will take on E5, then other knight comes to F3.
Yeah, it's very safe.
Yeah.
Come on, Knight F3 is not double exclamation. Not a brilliant move.
This is what chess.com shows me. It's actually showing me this.
I thought you were putting it.
It shows me and then I put it. It shows me the color.
Yeah, but if there is only move and you play it, it says usually also brilliant move or something.
Yeah.
Some algorithm, I think.
Chess.com's cute. Dear YouTube is always too nervous. I don't think Hikaru will copy.
People are also saying Hikaru can chase Nepo.
Actually, everyone has their favorite and they want their favorite to chase Nepo.
Chance, I think.
I saw someone asking, yesterday someone was asking if Ding will still have a chance. Win 4 games, draw 1 and force a tie break. I think Raunak probably knows who it might be.
Who?
Who might have asked me this question?
Arjun?
I can't reveal it on stream.
Okay. Most likely him only.
But yeah. And everyone has their favorites. Someone wants Hikaru to catch Nepo. Someone wants Fabiano to still come back. Chat, who's your favorite? It can also be Nepo.
I think most of the answers will be Nepo.
I don't think so.
No, I think a lot of Hikaru fans. I think it will be a lot of Hikaru. Then Fabiano. then Ding. The number of decisive games are increasing, no?
Yeah,
as it should be, no? As it should be towards the end. People are getting tired. People are getting worked out.
And people are also taking
not
chances.
in the mood to fight, no? That could also be.
For sure. Also, the fact that Nepo is just running with it, so he's forcing other people to fight.
Yeah, but for example, someone like rapper Ali Reza. Okay, Ali Reza, I can understand. He might just try to recover his rating or something. But others, Raja, for example, what is their motivation?
Yeah.
Well, there is always motivation not to lose further.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to stop the bleeding at some point.
Right.
Like today, Duda also didn't have any great motivation, but
played a good game. Yeah. So
yeah, exactly.
I see a lot of depth, but probably from the same person.
Yeah, same person. Just spamming doesn't make it. It still counts as only one. There's also Raja there.
Unfortunately, Duda cannot mathematically catch him, no? Nepo? Or he can?
He can actually. Duda will have 4 out of 10. Nepo has 7 out of 10. So mathematically, he can. 4 more.
He has to beat Nepo also. That's the thing. He has some chance, but okay, too much.
No, there in some chances it was like in some prediction it was written, not prediction but odds.
Yeah.
They had given him 0%.
Okay.
So that's why I was like, mathematically maybe it is not possible for him to win.
Everything is possible mathematically, but yeah.
Do you think FIDE is already thinking about the past?
Could be.
So if Duda wins this, it will be the first win of Duda in this tournament.
So then everyone will have at least one win in the tournament.
Yeah, it's a pretty democratic tournament. It's actually nice, a tournament where everyone has had at least one win.
Oh, this is a good question actually. So is there a tiebreak for the second place?
No.
So what happens if there are like multiple players tied in second place?
So only one Berger, I think.
No, but
Yeah,
I don't
only
think
one
they
Berger.
even have that. Yeah, they just didn't thought about it probably.
Yeah.
They thought that okay, first place, that's it.
So this is
this is for a two-way tie for the first place. Then they play 2 games of 15 plus 10. If still tied, they repeat with 3 plus 2. Basically from the Rapid Chess Championship, but with more time.
If Hikaru reaches till here, yeah, he'll win.
Yeah.
And then he'll
if
go
there
to
is
do a
more
recap
than
immediately after
3
that.
players, then it becomes a tournament.
Yeah.
This I remember this where Karyakin won. It was the most interesting, candidates.
Why have they thought of a 7 to 8 way tie for first? That will only happen if everyone makes draws in all the games, like 7 out of 14.
That would be epic,
Yeah, and imagine a 7-way tie. Then how does the 8th guy feel?
And 8 guys like just no, but it's impossible, then to have 7-way tie.
No, it is possible. No, that
you
all of them beat
everyone
that
to beat
8th guy.
And make draws.
Oh, come on, that would be too brutal. No, imagine if it's there a 8-way tie. So much.
Then have another candidate, yeah.
But with Rapid. And then you wonder why it didn't start as a Rapid.
Yeah. But that would be something very interesting, no?
No, I think it was Sutovsky or somebody who suggested this for this World Championship matches to have this tiebreak first and then have the regular classical games.
So you have some like draw odds, you mean, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, then they will fight more, yeah, because already.
Yeah, so you have this draw odds. So if
Yeah.
you are tied with a score and you have good result against the opponent, you win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Abhijit, you are right.
I know, I'm always right. But about what this time?
About not having a resignation soon.
I mean, you don't resign just like this. No? Like you think, you contemplate your decisions for the past 1 hour, or generally, no.
Yeah.
If this was move 40th, knight gf3, then yes, he would have resigned. But now you have enough time to ponder about all the bad decisions that you made today, the day before, all those things. Everything starts to come inside.
Yeah, you just take a bit of time to adapt. Your heartbeat becomes normal. Everything takes a bit of time to just cool down.
True. And everybody has lost a game besides Nepo.
Yeah. It's
makes sense, yeah?
Yeah.
That he's leading the field because he hasn't lost any game.
In one of the interviews, he said, yeah, it's always good to not lose a game. So that means everything is all right.
True.
I guess let's do a quick roundup.
Yeah, let's do a roundup. Let's have a look at the other game. Basically, that's the roundup. Yeah, we have to, but yeah, also the results. Jan Nepo-Machine keeping his lead, going on from 6.5 points to 7 points, and Hikaru Nakamura also won a fantastic game against Alireza Firouzja and moves on to 5.5 points, which is also the same number of points that Caruana Fabiano has. And Fabiano is just losing this game against Jan-Christoph Duda. So Hikaru likely to be tying for the second place at the end of today. And the game between Rapport and Ding is a crazy game with a lot of complexities. This one's going to last for some time, so we'll have plenty of time to look at it. So don't worry about that one. Caruana's game, he's completely losing. He's down by a piece. It's only a question of when it's going to happen. And time for a short break, Abhijit.
Yeah.
So with that, we'll be back after a short little break. Meanwhile, do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the round 10 of the 2022 FIDE candidates. And we are back. Not a lot has happened, but I think we are back just in time for the final finishing touches in the Fabiano's game. Knight f3, queen a1 check on the board, and now just king h2. Still possible to blender here with rook g1, allowing knight f2 check, which could have been a move that I would have made if I hadn't looked at the board. But we're not going to see that in the candidates, and king h2 is going to happen.
Maybe sure. white can still play on in that position.
White.
Yeah.
But okay, it's a draw. Come on.
Yeah, but I mean.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, I saw a nice trick there. Like
rook
f5,
knight f4. Oh.
And then knight d3. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, white can definitely play on like
king g7 sister.
Yeah. Vikesh Mishra is asking, do you think Nepo has more chances in rapid tiebreak against Magnus if he gets there?
No.
But question is, more chances than who? If you're asking about more chances than Magnus, then no one in the world has.
No, Naka has more chances than Nepo for sure in rapid and blitz.
Yeah, but Magnus would still be a favorite, right? In any format.
True. Yeah, but it gets better. It doesn't get worse for Nepo.
Dharmendra Joshi is asking, do you guys also think that Firouzja shot up to 2800 mainly due to momentum and is probably weaker than 2800 at this moment, although still incredibly strong?
Yeah.
I think these are questions are just answered by the actual results. Soon enough we'll have it. One of the best things about chess is we have this system of ELO rating, which really gives you a picture of who is who and what is what. It's not the best out there, but I think it's still better than not having any measurement. And we just need enough sample size. But at the moment, it's not really clear if Alireza is necessarily stronger than all these other players at 2750. It feels like he's about at a similar level, but I think that can also be said about anyone. Except Ding and Fabiano, they have shown that level for quite a while now. But even then, a few bad tournaments, they can also slip through. So this plays between about 2770 to 2800, I think roughly around equal, most of them.
I agree with that.
King h2 and resignation incoming. Is this story for the classical or for the rapid chess championship match? It's for the classical match. There's no rapid chess championship.
Global chess championship. So queen c3, there's knight g6, yeah, king h7, knight g5.
Yep.
Yeah, I think now is the time. I think probably will design, I guess.
No.
No?
No.
What can you play actually?
Queen c1, let's say.
Yep. I can play knight d3 also.
Yeah, many more should win, but still not resign, yeah?
Well, if he didn't resign earlier, then probably not. He'll not resign now also.
Yeah. Someone wrote global has championship.
They make all kinds of his jokes actually.
Rapper blundered apparently.
Yeah, I checked that, but it didn't really look clear to me. This is the rapport game. Rook c3 does paint it in red. comp, but
why?
didn't really make any sense to me. It
But
looks
what
like the
else could
most
you have played?
logical move. Knight d3, the rook is attacked. Rook c3, you attack back the knight, and c5 also.
Bishop e7, yeah, I think the move then.
Yeah, bishop
not-
e7, but rook c3, maybe the problem is ab5.
Queen d3?
It takes, and this king never gets out.
Oh, this just run with the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, something like, but bishop d8, maybe, I don't know.
Bishop f6, there's bishop d4. No, then rook d4 is drawn.
Exactly.
Or
So maybe
not.
start with bishop d4.
Start with bishop d4, right?
But then bishop f6, how does it change?
You're not in time, no? I guess king d.
Okay, at least he agrees bishop d4 is good. Now we think. What's the difference? I don't get that.
B4,
I guess just b4 then takes, yeah?
No, maybe bishop b7.
No, I think b4 then maybe rook b3 also.
No, but bishop b7 makes sense maybe. Or no, it's still rook d4. It doesn't prevent.
I think
Is
b4
it
rook
some-
b3 is the problem.
King b6.
King b6, I get.
Yeah, king b6. Yeah, king b6 takes and king a5, and then he'll come like this.
Yeah.
This way. Yeah, this is winning for sure.
It's deep though. It's very deep. No way Rapport could have calculated when he played rook c3.
True, but if Ding finds it, then he's in a big trouble.
Ding can find it, I think.
True. So ab5, then queen b5 has to be played. Then maybe bishop a6.
Yeah. Also, knight f2, knight e4 is possible.
By the way, there's a nice trick here as well. Queen a5, queen b6, rook c5.
Mm-hmm.
It's cheaper. Oh, he finds it. But it was actually forced, no? What else was your choice?
Yeah.
You can start with bishop e6, for example. Go for this.
Yeah, but you can always. Yeah. You will have a choice there, no? After queen d3, rook d3.
Yeah.
Rappo's surprised, I feel. I don't know. So queen b5, how do you play?
I was thinking you can also play knight f2, knight e4, yeah?
True.
When? After queen b5.
Yeah. Rook c4.
Now we
just bishop
queen a5.
Or bishop e7, no? Simply just protect everything.
Just protect it. Yeah. It looks too good.
Also, this bishop is never coming out from h4.
Yeah.
Why problem is
It's like the
not
knight
getting
on
over.
a5, but a worse version.
Yeah. Actually, if Ding wins, then there will be 3 players on second spot.
Yeah. Then it would be a good comeback by Ding, I think. Winning 2 games in a row. And
he's another guy who can win a lot of games, no? Or not?
No.
Yeah, I think so. He definitely has the strength.
Really?
I mean, he'll be black against Fabiano next game. So
yeah, Fabi might try to take chances. Yes. So good chance actually. But don't you think Ding is too solid in general?
Yeah, he is, but
he's also very strong, no?
Very good positional understanding.
The thing is, in this field, people are also creating things. It's not just other solid players. Like, if it's just solid versus solid, then I think then it becomes difficult. But it's a mix, and I think that gives chances.
He goes bishop d4 and
bishop f6. Expect to see. And after bishop f6, he has to find king b6. But if he has come this far, then he's probably going to find king b6.
First, Fabio has played queen c1. Yeah. So he's going to play on for a bit.
f4 was such a classy move by Duda.
Yeah.
In the Fabis game.
Just when it felt like it's slipping away, he found f4.
Yeah. Not many people would have found it, I think, in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
But Duda is just remarkably skillful in
True.
finding some of those things.
So Naka with this win still remains in top 10.
Yeah.
If Rapper loses this game, he drops below top 10.
Sorry, if Rapport
loses this game, he'll be like not.
Yeah, he will be in the second half. I think it divides the field into two. Yeah, it divides the field into three. Nepo's alone there at number 1, 7.
Yeah.
Then there are 3 people at 5.5. Hikaru, Fabiano, and Ding. And then there's the rest of the 4 who are basically not in contention. Rajabo with 4.5. Then Duda, Alireza, and one more person with 4 points.
By the way, I meant in like live ratings.
Okay. Yeah. Duda, Alireza, and Rapport with 4 points. Yeah, Rapport will also be out of top 10 in the live ratings.
Yeah.
Also, Ding has just crossed 2800 before this game. Again.
Ding is 2800 live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ronak, you're playing Benas next?
Yes.
Which starts probably next week, yeah, already. Or when does it start?
Yeah, 6th July. So, yeah, exactly next week. Next Wednesday.
A lot of Indian players in Banaska as well, right?
No.
No?
Only I know one who's, there's no list, but I only know Aravind is playing and others are all in Serbia Open. So,
yeah.
Okay, 71 players in Serbia. So you're like, how can they play in 2?
yeah, it was clashing. So if they would have made Serbia Open one day before, I would have played both.
Ah, okay.
Then Srinath and
DS is asking, what about Nepo versus Raja game? It ended in a draw.
Yep.
Vijit, you're saying?
Yeah, then if Serbian Open was one day before, then we would only have each other.
But how come today there are no guests?
Because we wanted it exclusive with the chat. So
yes,
we kept it that way.
We wanted some alone time.
You wanted to show some blunders.
So that only happens when somebody comes in the chat. I mean, in the broadcast.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you analyze more if there are more people.
Yeah,
true. Nepo will be number 3 in live rating after Fabi's loss.
Wow.
Yeah, Nepo will. Oh, number 3. Ding is still at number 2. He's safe there.
And he'll probably, if he finds this king b6, king a5, then probably he'll solidify this position. He's gone bishop f6. So let's see if he can find king. Is king b6 the only move, or?
Bishop f6 is a blunder.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what it's showing me.
King b6 and.
I mean, tell me the difference between king b6 and king c6.
But then you want.
You don't have king c5, no?
Yeah.
You mean king a5?
Yeah, I mean, this cuts king c5.
But
okay,
should still win, yeah? b4.
b4.
King g1.
King b5. King
Yeah.
f2. King e3. King b3, I think, yeah? Or no. King b3, king d2, king a2, e5, b3, king c1, h5. And then you go bishop b7 at one point and push h4 after taking the g2 pawn. Yeah, it's just lost. Yeah, go bishop c6, pre-move h4, g3, g2.
Pre-move, huh?
Yeah, okay. Put the bishop on e8 and pre-move.
Yeah. Also, important point is like when you put the bishop on e8, you stop both the pawns with in a single diagonal, whereas white cannot do that.
Right.
The law of one diagonal. But of course, you have to be careful, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's very precise. Winning with exactly one tempo.
Yes.
But I mean, if king c6 is winning, then you would play king c6, yeah, not king b6.
Sure, but king b6
This
gives
is just
like more
faster,
options, yeah, it feels.
No, but then bishop d4 check, then you, only king
Yeah,
a5
but this
is
is
the...
just faster by one tempo, no? Or
Yeah.
No, don't play b3.
No.
Bishop b2 will come now.
Why blunder this? It's just the same actually. No.
Yeah, bishop c5 will be there for king a3.
So king b3 has to be played. Yeah, I think maybe that's simpler.
It's the same thing.
Finally, Srinath is showing his, skills.
It is the same thing. Vidit in the chat. Vidit is saying bishop f6 is such an obvious move. Yeah, it is an obvious move. We are just joking that it's a blunder. But
it's an obvious, not an obvious blunder.
Yeah. It feels like a draw, no? If you didn't have the bar.
And what do you think Ding is thinking? Because it doesn't feel like he is thinking that he's winning or he's better.
But you cannot guess his emotions. That's the problem. Even if he's completely lost, it's the same emotion. Same body language.
Yeah. Bishop f6 and
both
now king c6 or king b6, both the moves win. Let's have a look. Do you want to have a look at the Fabiano game?
Yeah, queen c1, he's still thinking. Let us stay here. But I guess Ding will also take his time, yeah, now to figure out.
Yeah, I think Ding will also take his time, and I think we are kind of worked out this position to a reasonable extent. And it's not easy. With it as yes, when I saw it without the bar, I thought it was a draw, but apparently it loses by one more. As they say, chess is tragedy of one tempo. Can't you play bishop b7 and just take on b4? Asks international master Siddhant Mohapatra.
But then if the
being
king
greedy VD doesn't help here because
king gets to c1 or d2, you can control the h pawn. That's the thing.
The king will protect against this pawn. The bishop will protect against this pawn. What was the drawing way instead of bishop f6? There's no drawing way, is it? This was already worse for white here.
Yeah, you just play bishop b7 and king is coming anyway.
Yeah.
Slowly but
So
surely, I
the
feel
decisive
black
mistake
is
was
winning.
rook c3 here. And
No,
instead of
decisive mistake maybe was bishop f6. Yeah, otherwise it still goes on. It's not dead last. Yeah,
yeah, but first of all, bishop e7 was not unfindable here.
It's for a player like Rapo, it's not difficult. I would say.
Yeah. So bishop e7 was better. And bishop f6, it's kind of hard to call it a mistake, I guess. And also, it's not 100% that you will find this, no?
Yeah.
Ding.
No, but you don't really have choices. What
I mean, both the moves king c6 and king b6 are winning. Then, like,
there's no
should be
other
quite simple. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he would not play king b8. Yeah. Yes, Srinath?
Huh?
You zoned out somewhere?
So VD asks, like, was queen c4 a mistake? No, I don't think so. I think rook c3 was the starting. Bishop e7 was still fine.
Then queen c4?
Queen c4.
No, queen c4 was not a mistake. Here, bishop e7 was the correct move.
Right.
In hindsight. If Ding wins and Fabi loses, we'll have 3 people at the second position. Yes, indeed.
But at that point, he could also have played rook d1, yeah? Instead of queen c4 and just kept repeating it.
Yeah, I think he went for rook d1 and then rook c1 back, yeah?
I think he wanted to try, but didn't really know how to do it.
We have some moves, by the way.
Yes.
King b6
b6
happened. Rook into
rook
d4. E into d4. Bishop into d4 check. The king will go to a5.
But the thing is, from Rapo's body language, it doesn't seem that he still thinks it's lost. I don't know.
I think this king b3 is a tough one to see from far.
No, come on.
King g1, b4, king f2, king a4.
But
king
by
e3.
elimination, you have to find it, yeah?
Yeah, and even then, you see this position and you keep going, right? Here also it doesn't stop. But it's possible to stop here also.
Right. You think he has control and you miss bishop b7.
Yeah, sometimes people just stop here and...
and that's how you win with black b7.
Yep.
Play till the very end.
Yep. Calculate till the very end. Outcalculate. Yeah, Vidit thinks it's a straightforward win, and Ding has got it.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Also, Duda has played 93. Maybe we can go there for a bit.
Both the boards are so winning now.
Yeah.
Okay.
How long do you think both the games will last together?
Half an hour at the most.
So by 11:45, it will be done. Yeah, we'll be done.
Probably.
Yeah, I also think so. But then Fabiano was lost how long ago? He just
but
keeps
this is
resisting, yeah.
Yeah, but this is more than just lost. Like this is over. You put other knight to e5, then that's it.
Yeah, I think this one it's finally over. But at one point it felt like he was almost back.
Yeah.
Because we had the bar, to be honest. If you're playing practically, it will still feel like lost.
And queen e3, knight e5, queen h3, king h3, knight c3.
Extra piece, no, like rook g5.
Vidit is too optimistic.
Yeah.
Underestimating my skills.
Rook
Knight into
g5.
c3. Now what?
g5.
You already made draw twice, no, in that Ding's game, this endgame.
Yeah, but very instructive mistakes to make.
Yes,
I would say.
As you say, no, somebody has to show why it's bad.
Maybe here you can take knight b5 and it's still not over. So white should maybe just go rook b2 and not aim for this h5 pawn. Just keep his b5 pawn. Maybe that could be simpler.
But still some work to do here, no? Wow.
Okay, still winning, but yeah, it's trickier. Sure.
Like I just bring king g7, king f6.
Yeah, no.
How did you come here after knight e5? What did you play?
Queen h3, king h3, knight c3.
Oh, you went queen e3, not c3.
Mm-hmm. There should be an easier knight f4 maybe.
Nice.
Knight b5, knight h5, and yeah.
So knight b5.
Something knight g6, knight e6 is also maybe winning.
Winning, yes, but not over.
Yeah, but okay, there has to be something better after like knight b5. So many winning moves, but yeah, not completely over.
Can we go back a little?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So knight d3, queen e3, knight e5, queen h3, king h3.
Knight c3, yeah.
Yeah, knight c3.
Knight f4 looks correct.
Knight f4 looks good. Knight f4, knight b5.
Here you can also take the h5 pawn.
Yeah, I have very interesting line there. Yeah, so knight h5, rook f5,
knight f4.
and knight d7.
Oh
wow,
great! Yeah.
And if rook h5, knight f6, and GG's.
That's a clean finish.
Beautiful.
Then even knight g4 wins.
Yeah.
What?
Here.
Now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what made it called this knight f6 rook g8?
We'll let the chat answer that.
Okay.
Rook h5, knight f6. What made us it called? I don't know. Actually, chat can answer these questions better than GMs.
Arabian mate or something like this. I don't know.
Raunak just took it as a challenge, yeah.
Yeah.
No, there was this chess plate quick puzzles edition, something like this. So there was a extra bounty on this mate. So I know the name for sure, but I don't remember it now.
Queen c3 played, knight e5 now.
Yeah, I don't see how to prolong the game. But you're not threatening anything, yeah? Like knight g6, king h7. Okay, you're threatening queen e3, yeah? Maybe.
Yeah.
So maybe queen d4 I'll play. This is how I'll prolong the game.
Prolonging it, yeah, that's it.
Also prolonging the agony, yeah?
Mm-hmm. But even like some rook g6 should win, I don't know.
Yeah, but you would not play rook g6 here, right?
After queen d4, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Rook g6 is probably some knight f2. So, bye. It's still not over. I would still continue. I would also not resign, I think.
After 95.
Yeah. You can
And you play
fetch
Queen D4.
checkmates.
What do you play?
Maybe some Rook A2, Queen G2. And then okay. Still shaky. So not consolidated. Yeah, that's what I told. Yeah, Arabian mate.
Guys, by the way, some important developments in the Rapport Ding game. King B3 has happened. And
GG's.
I think this really seals it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now Rapport is realizing.
Do you think this game will finish sooner than the other game?
Quite possible, actually.
Yeah.
This might even end by 11:30, I think.
So VD has suggested a move, knight f5 and knight d2.
Stopping Queen E3. Nice move.
Yeah. Creating a lot of tricks as well. But Rook G5, let's say. Oh, bad didn't drop.
No, he has played Rook A2 anyway. He didn't go knight f5.
Rook A2.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But was it necessary? Okay, I see. There's a nice.
So Queen D3, we have Rook A8, and if King H7, Knight G5, and if King G7, Queen G2.
Into Queen G6, yeah.
Fancy, yeah. Now I mean Rook G6, Queen G6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I felt
Fancy
it was
finish.
still a bit unnecessary. Yeah, if I was there, I would play intuitively knight f5 and then think.
Yeah, you keep everything together, yeah. Everything
Yeah.
is protected.
Duda has his own style of doing this. Goes for the checkmate. Makes a lot of sense. Especially after looking at all these variations where the bar approves. Initially, you hesitate a bit, yeah? First, you make sure.
I say you can play after Queen G2, Knight G5. So Queen D3, Rook A8, King G7, Queen G2, Knight G5.
No. Come on. Resign.
Sorry?
Yeah, like, can you put the line?
Yeah.
Queen D3, Rook A8, King G7. I mean, he will still be pieced down only, which he has been for a while. Queen G2.
Knight G5 and Queen G5 probably.
Queen G6.
And here you can play Rook C8 maybe. Just to feel nice.
Rook F3.
Maybe Rook G8.
Ah. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I think he will resign. What do you think?
Definitely not before 11:30. So Ding has found King B3. And like resignation will come soon. Maybe we can go to their game.
Yeah, which one sooner? And Rapport has 15 minutes for 10 moves. Ding found this very quickly, yeah? He was looking for it and he found it.
It's forced only, no? What?
Yeah, quite straightforward also, yeah? Just one line.
Yeah, but then Rapport just didn't see it coming.
Or maybe saw, couldn't believe something.
Yeah, no, I really think he must have stopped here.
Yeah.
And seen that it's catching. And now when it comes, he sees, oh, Bishop B7 is there. And now it's
But did
kind
he
of...
forget like Bishop C5, there's King C3?
हाँ ये भी हो सकता है.
It's
but okay, this is
no, it's actually possible because otherwise it's a draw.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think this kind of things you miss. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
He
it's
has missed, yeah. So need to get.
Yeah. So what was the defense instead of bishop f6?
Which came here.
Yeah.
I don't think there was a defense, no, as such.
Maybe bishop e7, bishop b4. Try to block it, but
slowly I'll come out. No?
You can first win e4, then you have 2 pass
Yeah.
pawns. Anyway, it should be tough.
And king is never coming out. Yeah, white king.
Practically, I think there was no defense here. I mean, we can turn on engine and find something, but
yeah,
practically, I think there's no defense.
Everybody's spoiling Fabiano's tournament.
Sorry?
Everybody's spoiling Fabiano's tournament.
They're targeting him. Huh? But why is no one spoiling Nepo's tournament? That's the question.
Nepo is spoiling everybody's tournament.
Yeah.
You hit or get hit. Huh?
Well, you can also duck.
Did Nepo duck today?
For sure. I think this will be strategy in the coming games.
Yeah, but he has 2 blacks, and against Alireza, I don't think he can just make a draw. He has Alireza up next with the black pieces, so I think that's a big one. If he crosses that,
best, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, there's going to be some fight.
True, not a draw. You mean, yeah.
Yeah, not a Berlin draw for sure.
Sure.
And the last time also they had a crazy fight, but Jan came on top in Norway chess, also with the black pieces.
Fabius played knight f2. What a move! Fancy move.
Keeping the game going.
Rook f2, queen d3.
And then
yeah,
just
now,
queen g3. Just
yeah.
Keep everything together.
Also threatening some loop cheat.
I think this will not be over soon. A lot of things are going on in the world. On Elon Musk's birthday.
Whose birthday?
Elon Musk.
Anish.
And Anish.
Yeah.
Rakesh wished both of them, yeah?
Yeah.
In one tweet. Yeah, only Rakesh can do these things. Yeah, there is also the fight for number 2, the candidates of the candidates.
So everyone has hope, yeah, until the end.
Banana Singh is asking if we asked Vishy if he believes Magnus won't play the winner. Yes, we asked the question. Do you think Banana Singh is an actual name?
No.
It's not impossible. Now that Alireza is almost out of contention, shouldn't Magnus come out and clarify whether he would play or not? It would help Nakamura and Fabi immensely. Well, I think Magnus reserves the right to make his decision at his convenience. How can I purchase the same chess set? Are you asking about Ronex? You can't see that.
Yeah. Why would people want to buy my set?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Not yours. Don't worry, they're not taking your chess.
Yeah. No, like the set I have. It's not so great. I thought that they want to buy a world championship signed set or something.
But Raunak signed chess set is also not a bad thing.
Sure.
It will go on. Now he'll play Queen E3, then Queen
He'll
F4.
keep playing, yeah. He'll keep playing. Queen E3.
Rook G2?
Rook G2, Queen F4.
Queen F4.
Now the knight just
G5.
dominates.
Knight G5, yeah, it's just winning. No point checking it.
So takes. Rook F5.
No, King G3. Why Rook G3?
So Rook F5.
Knight E6.
Okay, just one pawn and to exchange.
Yeah, but how? Knight C7.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to not win this position.
True. Queen G3 on the board and what? Oh, Rapper has gone for King F4. Maybe we can switch to that board. King F4, King C2 immediately. King B5. So B3 here.
Yeah, B3. If King F6, you can even go King D3 one move. Yeah.
Take this pawn and then come all the way back.
Yeah, and if King E5, Bishop B7, and just take the pawn first, and then. No,
D5.
like. Yeah, Bishop B7.
But I'm pretty sure you can even queen and win this endgame.
Yeah, but okay, why to allow?
B3 on the board. So
I think Oh, if we already passed 11:30.
Yeah. So King F6 here, the cleanest is I think just King D3, King E5 and Bishop B7.
First, take all the pawns,
And
clean
then,
it up.
yeah.
No need to even calculate.
Yeah, looks simple. And if King D6, still King D3. Okay, King D6. Do you go King D3 or you just play B2?
No, after the lines you showed, I'll go King D3.
Yeah, I would also just play King D3.
But if you hadn't showed those lines, I think I would have first looked at B2.
But B2, does it even win?
Let's find out.
Bishop B2, King B2, E5.
King C3.
E6. Bishop A6, King.
Bishop A6.
Yeah, E7, Bishop B5. That's not bad.
But probably Bishop A6 I have to play to win.
Yeah, Bishop A6 is the only move.
Yeah.
Not a difficult. He goes King D3.
Win.
Much safer.
And that's it. Yeah.
What?
GG.
Someone wrote like C8 Bishop hasn't moved in the entire game. Is that true?
Yeah, actually it doesn't.
True. Oh, wow.
Actually it doesn't. Good spot, Sam at game.
Wow. Didn't notice it at all. I hope he resigns. Not forcing him to move the bishop.
But is it safe to say if Nepo doesn't lose any game that he is going to retain this challenger spot for the World Championship match?
Yeah, I think it's pretty reasonable.
Or do you think somebody can win 3 games after +1 out of 4?
I think very unlikely. 3 out of 4. What about Bishop A6, King C6 in that plan?
What?
Bishop A6, King C6.
Just then Bishop C4.
Bishop
yeah?
D3.
Bishop D3.
Or anywhere, yeah.
One of those. But Bishop, yeah, just doesn't matter.
Now this king will come. Clean this up. And white will be too slow. And finally, the J pawn will queen.
Yeah.
Yep. I think now we'll see the resignation in this game.
Will we?
Because no
I
choice.
would love to see that, yeah, because the bishop should not move, is what I want.
So when I was starting out, one of the challenges was, to not lose quickly. So it would be okay if you lose if you are the last to finish the game. And Fabian has done something similar today. Yeah, he was losing right at the beginning, but he has outlasted them all, and he'll be the last to finish his game.
Yeah, I also at one point did this, so yes, I can relate.
But now you realize, you need that energy. It's not fun being the last to lose.
Yeah.
So King E4.
Yeah, let's play this out till the finish. King C5, King D3, King D4, King E3, Bishop B7.
No, Bishop is in H5. I want him to resign. One hope.
But he is playing till here. I don't think he will resign.
Yeah, okay, then you move. What else? No, B2.
Bishop H4, this B2.
Yeah.
So Bishop has to maintain this diagonal. And now you start with H4 or?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, just move the bishop and play H4. Why hurry?
Already we moved once, bishop. So
yeah.
So this is the way to win.
Yeah.
Good comeback by Ding from -1 to +1 in 2 games.
Yeah, if you create enough chances, finally you start converting.
Yeah.
Chances for you, I guess. Not for your opponent, no?
Well, if you create enough chances for your opponent, then also you convert it, but in a different way. Then you lose.
Yeah.
That's it.
Bishop doesn't.
That's it.
Wow. So Rapport resigns, and with that, Ding Liren also moves to the joint second spot and ties with Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, while Richard Rapport it's been topsy-turvy. First 6 games ending in a draw. Then that 7th round meltdown against Jan Nepo-Machine. 8th round meltdown by Duda against Rapport. Rapport winning his first game and losing the 9th and 10th games. 2 losses in a row. And another loss with the white pieces, which will hurt a lot. And goes to 4 out of 10. And here also we are expecting Fabi to resign anytime. Pretty much anytime.
I'm not expecting Fabi to resign anytime.
Rook into e6 and then what?
Last 1 hour we have been.
What he's playing this till this point? No, he'll play on. Why will he resign?
Once again, another question: is there a thumb rule on when opposite colored bishops win? It wins when one side can create passed pawns, and this passed pawns cannot be stopped by the king and bishop at once. So last example was it won because black has this b passed pawn, and even if the king and bishop are able to stop that b passed pawn, black is able to create another one on the g file, white far away. If the other pawn was on the d file, it would still be a draw because it would be too close. But since they're quite far apart, it wins.
Okay, how should Fabi play? Rook b4. Yeah.
He'll play on.
Last trick.
This is such a hopeless resistance, no?
What?
Such a hopeless resistance. What, knight e5, rook e4 is a trick or what?
Yeah.
Then also rook g6, rook g5 is there.
Whatever.
But you just play this rook d4, yeah? Rook d6, rook d4. Or anything, to be honest. Rook e5, king g6 he'll go, king h6 he'll go. Let's guess the move.
King h6.
Play guess the move, guys, on just.
So there is a way you can mess this
Will you repeat once here after the king h6, rook d6?
No, just go rook d5. I'm scared.
I would repeat and look at my opponent. Okay,
Yeah, he
so,
went king
so
h6.
Na rook.
Did you is this a good time to put on your jacket?
last 2 hours, it was a good time to put the jacket on.
Jacket on.
Yeah, he goes for this. Yeah, rook d4 you.
Abby just doesn't want to give up.
b5, there's a knight d4.
Yeah.
Well spotted, Srinath.
Thank you.
But are you threatening to take the pawn or not? There.
You are. No?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll start checking you. Then you come back to d4.
Yeah, you can even go to f4.
Yeah, then rook b4, knight d4 back.
Yeah.
But rook h3 then? Rook d6, king g.
D6, king g5, yeah. So I said my guess was 11:45 and I'm very close, but okay. Fabi, stop it.
But he also said this game will be the first
End
to get
first.
over.
Yeah. There I'm wrong, of course. Cannot be right everywhere, no?
Talking about prediction, they had this clip, chess.com live, they had this clip playing where he was saying that, this I'm going to win the Grand Prix, then in the candidates I'll beat Ali Reza.
Hikaru?
Yeah, in one of his earlier streams, yes.
Hikaru OP.
Yeah, he is a genius actually. Yeah. I don't know how the guy gets so much time. He does recap as well. I don't know. It's too difficult. I don't know. I can try it in Benaskia, not upload it, just record it, and if the tournament goes well, just upload it.
But you will upload 10 recaps after the tournament.
Yeah, straight.
No, it has to be on the same day. See, the thing is, even if you lost a game and you still have a video with like 200,000, 300,000 views, at least something is going well for you. So that's a good thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
And
so what would you prefer, Srinath? Losing a game or getting 200 or 300k?
Of course, easy choice for him. He says one thing anyway will happen, so at least one good thing let it happen.
Oh, we have
resignation.
We have resignation. It was before 11:45, guys.
Everyone is wrong.
Jacket on.
He literally said that I'm going to beat Ali Reza and the candidates.
Yeah,
it's on GM Hikaru clips. I'll watch that.
I didn't watch it, but I have to watch it.
Lesson I learned from both these minor piece endgames today: keep pawns on both sides of the board. Also, don't forget to create a passed pawn in the endgame. That is your winning asset. And that brings another exciting day of candidates to an end. Once again, 3 decisive games and only 1 draw. The 1 draw being done by Jan Nepo-Machine, which seems like a constant for the moment, until his opponent tries to create something, and then Jan will take his chances if he gets any. And with this strategy, he sits atop the leaderboard quite prettily, 7 out of 10, 1.5 points clear of rest of the field. We have 3 people in the joint second place: Fabiano Caruana, 5 out of 7 at the end of first half, but things haven't gone well for him since. Hikaru Nakamura, who has been amazing, 5.5 out of 10, 2 wins out of the last 3 games, and Ding Lijian with 5.5 out of 10. He has kept creating chances throughout this candidates and is finally reaping the rewards. Teimur Rajabo, 4.5 out of 10, quite solid, not at his best, but not easy to defeat. And some of the most exciting players down at the bottom with 4 out of 10. Jan Christoph Duda, Richard Rapport, and Ali Reza Firouzja.
I think this is the first time we are seeing so many decisive games. Yeah, first time in the candidates probably.
Yeah, I think this has to be one of the candidates with the most decisive games. And let's have a look at the pairings for round 11.
Yeah.
Hikaru Nakamura. Sorry.
Yeah. Also, when you put Firouzja, Duda, Nepo, Rapo in any tournament, there will be a lot of decisive games.
Yeah. But also it justifies Kramnik's statement that the quality has been lower.
Yeah, I mean, like for example, Ali Reza's game today, I think that kind of
true. Yeah,
highlights his point.
Yeah,
but also I feel like there are some changes in how they're playing chess.
Also, modern chess I think has more.
There is taking more chances, I think.
Right.
And the round 11 pairings. Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces against Richard Rapport. What are your thoughts on that, guys?
Big favorite, yeah. Hikaru's big favorite in that game.
Yeah, for sure. Another white, and Rapport has lost the last 2 games. Ali Reza Firouzja with white against Jan Nepo-Machine. I think this one won't be a dull draw tomorrow.
For sure. Yeah. And I think this is the, only time where Jan will be in some sort of pressure, I guess. I mean, if the game
imagine, let's say if Jan loses, then
it becomes
could come,
True.
But there's also a chance Jan could win tomorrow. That's what happened the last time they played.
Right.
I think Jan winning is more likely than Jan losing, no? What do you think?
No, I don't think so. But yeah. With black, yeah?
Doesn't matter.
I also think he's likelier to win. He's in better form. He's playing better. He seems to be having better mental clarity overall.
True.
And the pairing between Rajappa with the white pieces against Jan Christoph Duda. This one won't affect the leaderboard much. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think it'll be a safe game. It'll be probably a draw.
And the final one, Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against Ding Lijian. I think this one will be a very interesting encounter.
For sure. What are the predictions for this?
Who do you think is the favorite? Yeah.
I think Fabi.
Fabi with the white pieces, and he's shown very interesting ideas. But now with the recent events, I think even Fabi has humane limits. He's been playing these long 6-hour games and the results are not going his way. So it must be mentally exhausting for him after some point. And I think he needs to stabilize for a game or 2 and then try and make a final push and hope that someone stops Jan in the meanwhile. But it's also not Fabi's style. So let's see how that one goes.
And also, if you come to think of it, after round 6, he said in the interview that most probably it is a 2-horse race, and most probably it will be either Jan or myself, would be competing for the first place.
Yeah, and Hikaru was like, "Say what?" The next round, and that has led to a very exciting standpoint after round 10, and this is our wrap for round 10. Thank you so much, Raunak, for joining us. Thank you, Abhijit. It's always wonderful with you.
Yeah. And thank you, guys, and thank you, chat, for keeping us till this time. And have a good night. And stay safe.
And stay tuned for the post-game interviews right after. Until then, it's bye from us, and see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very important line in general in the Catalan that was used by Jan in the match and against Carlsen. So, well, it's very tricky positions that you have there. They, at first, seemingly, you see this, all the pawns are equal and it's seemingly nothing. But there are a lot of ideas in this line that he played, and also the one that Carlsen played against me in Norway chess just, I don't know, a few weeks ago. And actually, I lost that game as black and made some inaccuracy in the opening. And then I think he showed a great technique. Well, today's line is with knight c3 is the different one, and white is always pressing on the c4 pawn, and once you make just the one wrong move at some point, you just lose the pawn, and then you get a very bad endgame. So the idea is not to lose the pawn, which is not so easy to do, actually. And yeah, he was seemingly upset about the fact that according to analysis, I think he said that queen c7 is the move in general there. I also remember that there are some ways, but yeah, I didn't remember what was exactly the difference between the queen a5 and queen c7 in this position. So generally trying to play a bit faster in my recent games. So I just saw that, okay, I mean, I should just move. Because sometimes, I mean, in the first half of the tournament, I would spend maybe 1.5 hours here deciding which move is the best and why. But I think I played queen a5, and after that, I don't know if the play was correct, but I didn't say anything great for white. But I'm not sure why he was disappointed exactly.